Hello? Hello? Oh my god, is anyone there? Hello? Oh god. I think I'm blind. I can't see you. What the fuck's wrong with me? I'm just gonna like freak out. I'm gonna like mute my mic and then like do nothing. At the very least, you start the stream after that, right? But my wife went out, so it's like, if you stream and your wife isn't home, did it ever really happen? She has to watch me! It's in our contract. No interruptions! Ow.
He went on a 3-week video game bender that cost him his health, job, and wife.
Sir Art. Welcome, Arthur. Mock Usuf. Thanks, Mock Usuf. Skyfire. Yeah. Holding Good Burger and Stan the Cow God. Thanks everyone. And Toot Pirate. Thanks everyone for coming to the stream today. Get started in a moment. Unless there's any like any big gaming news, you know, get the hottest, latest take. New D&D book announced, was there? That's some hot gaming news. Hey! Fuck. Hey! Show me the D&D book. So I can look at it with my eyes. Dutch angle? I don't know what the fuck, dude, like... Stop talking about my angles! My webcam, I spent like 10 minutes trying to fix it again. It's totally fucked. Tasha's Cauldron of Everything? A magical mixture. That's not quite a magical mixture of rules options for the world's greatest role-playing game. Expand its subclasses. Okay. Okay, those words don't mean anything to me. More character options. New feats? What, there's gonna be more than like 6 feats? Holy shit! There's gonna be like 7 now. Okay. Okay. 17th of November. Okay, that's a long time from now. Feet? Who is Tasha? It's probably her. I'm willing to take a bet that that's Tasha. More than Magic Initiate? Magic Initiate? Who gives a fuck Who gives a flying orange? Okay, that's like, I don't know. November seems like a long time. I'll just forget that exists. And then do my shit that I'm doing and explain the shit I'm doing. Tasha's hideous laughter. Yeah, Tasha of Tasha's hideous laughter. She's good at laughing. And now she made a whole book about laughing at you. I love feats. Is there anything else? They announced the Lord of the Rings Golem. It has no gameplay. Electronic Arts has added Steam achievements. Wow. Wow, this is really gaming news. We're in the future right now. Legends of Runeterra had another update. I feel like they keep doing that, and it keeps not mattering to anybody. I'm surprised it hasn't had more players, honestly. Cards. Okay. If you play it against an empty board, it's good or something. Mortal Shell happened? That's great news for Mortal Shell, I guess. Get ready to clip Ster's explanation. So these are the classes, all the classes, and then there's Dexterity, and there's Madness, and then there's Strength down here, and then there's Intelligence over here, and I'm pretty much almost done because I've got 4 classes for every single one, but I might be adding a 5th Intelligence one based on old mechanics from my last system. It's practically all done. I just need to convert a few things and see what's there.
I have depression.
That's not gaming news. Your depression is irrelevant to us gamers. Us gamers only care about the latest and greatest battle royales coming at you from all the studios. All of them. Interruption. Furicuse. Thanks. Toe Pickles. Interruption. I might also, at some point, if I get really bored or I don't really know what I'm doing at all, might finish up doing token condition thingies. Yeah. Because they're a little bit off. They're getting covered up by how big the health bar is. Some of the old ones. And like a few of them don't exist. The fuck is this? Shouldn't be here. That's ancient. What's the status on the summoner guy? I might want to remake everything that I did last stream. I need to like read it over and really think about it because I think it's clunky as hell and I don't know how I feel about it. I kind of need to play out a scenario of like what your turn to turn is actually looking like, and I think the damage itself might be really low. But I added another potential summoner, kind of, sort of, that's down this tree of making sure it's showing up on stream correctly. You talk to rats, and you could tell rat swarms what to do, so if you carried around a sack of rats, you'd technically be summoning rats. How hard do you think learning map tools? Well, it depends what you mean by learn map tools. If you mean learn how to play a game in it, and you're not the DM, like 5 minutes. If you mean learn how to code in the specific map tools Java bastardization script macro code language, a long time, an infinite amount of time, because it's a lot of shit. So, Yeah, I need to know what you need to learn. I'm gonna be jumping back and forth between. These are old spells from the last system I was doing that, but some of them still have some decent ideas in them because I was finally buckling and bringing back. Previously, I had a whole object interaction mechanic situation for objects have certain hardness, and you beat the hardness, and the object gets destroyed. And the system had a lot of pushing and shoving and splat damage when you push someone into a wall, or you push an object into somebody, or push someone into somebody. That really simplified all of those interactions. And I was kind of like, nah, I'm gonna leave that behind, not gonna do it anymore. But then I think the fantasy aspect of the game, and like the longer you work on shit, it just always ends up escalating. So it's escalated quite far, and it's like I should probably bring that back. Sounds horrible. This program has a custom coding language. That's horrible! You can do anything you want in map tools. There's an infinite amount of possibilities. That sucks! I agree. Careful of that feature creep. It's not really feature creep. It's something that you need to have anyway. And it's shit that already exists. So yeah, so there's like there's 4 classes per stat. The dexterity ones are missing quite a few skills, so I'm gonna have to fill those in. But here and there's just a few classes that are missing like 2 abilities-ish. I need to finish up. But I think I'm gonna start by going through the old skills I was just pointing out, and making an intelligence class more based around objects, because I even have a lot of the nonsense already written. I've got 2 of them here that are old, so I just need to like rephrase how they work and work in the mechanics and understand how all that stuff works. I actually need to probably compare it to this. Probably rewrite this ability completely, because I was operating under the assumption I was gonna drop all objects, moving, throwing, just all the whole spectrum. And this ability was for like a really, it's really jankily described, of picking up heavy objects and throwing them, and how much damage the objects do. But in here, it's based on how hard they were to pick up, and it's probably better to make it uniform with all the other stuff that I'm reintroducing. Yeah, just keep typing exclamation. It's already on the screen 3 times, but just keep doing it. There's no chat for me to read. All right. Let me read through this real quick. During combat, may use your action. Why during combat? What? Like, your action to attempt to pick up large objects, immediately throw them. Objects deal 1d20 damage when thrown by you per complexity tier they require to pick up.
Are you tired of peeling potatoes? Yeah!
Let's open a notepad and like formulate these thoughts properly. Because I see what I'm doing there, and it makes sense, but also the 2 things don't really go together. Is this system information available online anywhere? Nope, because it's not done. There's no reason for it to be online yet. It's online on my Twitch channel right now. Okay, so Heavy Toss assumes how difficult. Oh, this is not on screen. It's hard to. Something is to pick up equals more damage. The other system is hold on, brain processing. Object damage is relative to amount pushed, harder to push larger objects. So that's actually the opposite, because the heavier something is, the less damage it will do, because you'll be able to push it less. It's only one U in difficult? Go fuck yourself. Currently, every 1 foot of push equals 1 damage dealt. So in this situation, so this one's a little bit weird because you're throwing objects like 20 feet, but if you pick up a big object, then it's hold up. I want to make sure the average of 3d20, I'm right on this. Average of 3d20 if you pick up a tier 3 object is 30 damage. That is terrible, 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 terrible by comparison. This whole ability is probably going to have to go and just change it to pushing objects, but if I change it to pushing objects, then it's going to clash with other classes that are more object-centric. Brain thinking. See, because the problem is the system I'm trying to integrate from the last system was heavily simplified. And then now when you're considering a more robust situation and objects have weight and blah 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 and role playing. Now, the other one was more gamified, so you could just say object push, it do this. Use 0G physics? I should. There's no gravity. Everything flies around. So I imagine if I were to redo throwing boulders as Barbarian Man, I would just allow it to deal more damage per the amount of distance thrown or something. But I don't know. There's some really weird... what's the word? I don't know. It's just... everything's connected. Thanks, Sultan. Good comment. Very, very reactive. Nice moves. So, let me show you the super broken thing. Keeping in mind, every 1 foot you push something is one damage. I was considering that push damage, which is called splat damage. Maybe you could have it. So let's say you push something 20 feet, but it hits someone after 10 feet. Then only 10 feet of it would carry over to damage on the person. I was like, that's... you're getting too like, who the fuck cares? So it's probably just gonna be, no matter what, 1 foot of push equals 1 damage dealt. Then you come over here to, I want to break the game and speedrun Legend of Zelda games or whatever ability. Is basically, you channel on an object, it can't be pushed until your channel ends, and then all the push that was stored on it is released whenever you use a reaction. So you can like just keep pushing something, get like 1,000 push on it, then release it, and then bam, 1,000 damage, boss dead because you shot a chair at it. Big rock, big damage. I think... I don't know, I was thinking about this a lot last night. some crazy comic book shit. This, I think, is much more balanced than it sounds. While, yeah, you could probably one-shot a lot of really strong things. Health is a little bit bloated. So, reasonably with one character within the same class, they have their own push ability that could be a 50-foot push. So theoretically, they themselves, if they time capsule something, then they would be able to... Let me double check my brain. Don't double check my brain, I'll figure that out later. Push it 3 times, they get 150 push on it. And then release it 150 damage. That is not a lot of damage for like 3 turns of investment or 4 turns of investment. It's actually pretty bad. Even for like regular 5th edition D&D hunt, yeah, that's kind of bad. Unless you set it up before a combat. And the boss moves during the object stasis. You can choose which direction it gets pushed when it ends, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I wrote that. Yeah, choose the direction of the push when you release it. Boo-boo. Anyway. But then there's other stuff on top of that where you, like, as the object hits them, it does blah, 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 and forward and forward. Which is kind of what we're dealing with today to make sure this whole object interaction makes sense. Again, in the old system, this is another thing I really need to wrap my head around because I don't think this will carry over. There was object hardness, which was... if an object had a hardness of 10, then you would need to do 10 damage in 1 hit to break it. So it was like a damage threshold. But that was much easier to do before because damage was like 1 damage, 2 damage. It was extremely cut down and small and kept simple. But now it's like abilities, like really low level abilities. We're talking fucking like 30 D3s, like weird shit. So I don't think that would work the way things currently are. Then you would do the more obnoxious method, which is to give objects actual health bars, which is what Pathfinder has. And you have to be the biggest brained Omega DM to even know the object rules and how it works, and the damage reduction of the object, and what object should have what amount of health, and it's... no good. So then my brain would want to go to objects have the same thing I was doing with the summons. They receive an amount of hits before they get destroyed, rather than damage totals. Like, you have to hit this chair 1 time and the chair breaks if it's hit 1 time. But if you go that route, then you have like a gigantic steel door guarding the room, and the player character's like, oh, okay, we just need to hit this 30 times. And then it breaks. Which has its own weird implications. Like, they could work. Or you could just be like, this door, you can't... I don't know. It gets weird. Because you could either have a monk-style character punch the door 30 times, or what about if someone, like, shoots a missile at it? Assuming there's missiles. There's not really missiles, but you know what I'm saying. You can macro something for it? Yeah, you could, very easily. Yeah. I think the thing I need to figure out first is if heavier objects do more damage. Scenario. You're in a room. You're a push guy. You've got push spell. Next to you is a chair. And next to the chair is a gigantic chair-sized bowling ball. Heavily dense. Very hard to lift. Extremely heavy. The way things currently are, if you push the chair or the giant bowling ball, they both deal the same amount of damage. And that's bad, because that's fucking weird. So how would you determine how much more damage a bowling ball being pushed would do? Without it getting totally fucked. Like a way you can actually explain besides DM discretion, which is the worst thing to do. You guys are throwing in like mathematical fucking size times density plus weight. This is that's what I do like about the boulder situation, is because there's already kind of a system for how heavy objects are, and then they have complexity tiers for how hard it would be to lift, which kind of is DM discretion-ish, but it's at least a tangible thing that applies to more mechanics than just this one. You need a weight table. My goal in design for everything is that you don't need to look things up, and that the answer should be easy to figure out. Like if you're in the middle of a session and your player wants to push an object and the DM's like, hold on, let me go get the weight table and do some math, Why? It needs to be definitive and easy to understand. It pretty much maybe 3 different levels of things. Chair type object does this, heavy boulder does this, impossible to lift thing does this. Just 3 levels of fuckery. Or again, like boulder, basing it on how hard something would be to pick up in their complexity tier. The problem being, if every 1 foot of push is 1 damage dealt, the only thing that you could do is go 1 foot of damage equals 2 damage dealt, and that's where things become... That's where you get push meta, where you're dealing thousands of damage to bosses, because pushing things deals more damage than attacking them with weapons. Which is already a little bit concerning. I think for early game, the way it currently is, I think... Well, depending on class, because the shove action would provoke unless you had the things that let you not provoke. But pushing people into walls would probably deal a lot more damage than attacking them for like the first few levels. Make the spell multiply how much you are pushing. We're not talking about one individual spell. We're talking about any object that gets pushed, thrown, or falls a certain distance. I think even though it's kind of gamified, I think I'm happy with So the way it currently is if an object is, or a creature is large sized, they get pushed less. So in one way you can think of it like this, like if there's a chair there and there is the giant heavyweight bowling ball and you apply a push to it, the bowling ball is heavy as fuck, even though it's like a sphere. Okay, imagine it's a giant square, a giant dense square, and it doesn't go anywhere. So it doesn't deal any damage to the person you push it into because you barely fucking pushed it. Or the chair, on the other hand, you send that shit flying. So it's more about velocity than density until you get to the point where you push a fucking giant boulder off of a cliff onto someone's head. But at that point, if it's really landing on someone's head, then the DM needs to step in and stop being a little bitch and just say, that guy's fucking dead. Which I think ultimately does bring it back to... This is like such a weird, fucking nerdy philosophical discussion of weights. I think it comes back to the very beginning again of the boulder thing, is how hard something is to pick up. Because if it's really small but extremely heavy for whatever reason, then it is still difficult to pick up. Or if it's gigantic but like weightless, then it's very easy to pick up. So you're saying I just summon boulders? Can't do it, Shore 4. I did make another summoner-ish kind of sort of thing, though. You control rats. Can you channel multiple objects? I don't know what you're talking... Are you talking about specifically the ability I was showing before? Because again, this is... I'm trying to big picture figure this out, not individual skill figure it out. Hard to pick up might not be good because they might be weirdly shaped. Yeah, but no matter what, we're going to have to boil this down to one thing, so you don't have to determine multiple variations, and no one thing is going to be perfect for picking up an infinite amount of potential object weight, densities, sizes, shapes. At a certain point, you need to say, this is what it is. It is a tier 2 object. Why? Because it just fucking is. Which is basically what the system for picking up heavy objects already is. It breaks them down into tiers based on how hard it is to pick up. And it's a general kind of loosey-goosey rule. But I would need like a... Here, general guide, tier 0. If you were going to pick up things, this is not for pushing. If you're going to pick up things, let's see if it translates. You're going to pick up a chair, it's tier 0. A player character can just do that because it's a chair, and any human can lift a chair. And you don't need to roll strength to pick up a fucking chair. But for the purposes of this, I'm going to say barrel. Tier 1. A weak person might not be able to pick up a barrel filled with water, because then it's really heavy. Barrels are pretty big, and you'd need some man arms to go, right? So we're going to say the difference between tier 0 and tier 1, barrel's got water in it. It starts to be, you know how heavy. I don't think this is relevant, because this is like theater of the mind shit. We don't have to figure out down to despotical weight and satisfy everyone's weird Twitch chat cravings, but how heavy is a barrel of water? A 55, well, those are the, like, big blue modern day containers, 450 pounds, which are much bigger. Holy shit, this weighs a lot more than I thought. Wait, hold on. This doesn't seem right. So a 30-gallon barrel. Yeah, water's heavy, man. Huh. Yeah, water's pretty heavy. So maybe that's not a tier 1. maybe that's... Eh. Hold on, I'm doing some more searching. Yeah, I guess a barrel like that could hold like 50 gallons quite easily. 1 gallon is 8 pounds. That's a lot. 400 pounds, easy. Doy. That was not, a calculator was not needed for that. Huh. Then maybe I should break this down into weights rather than pseudo objects so that you can apply it to anything. So like a tier 0. Anybody can lift it. Any human being in the world can say, I don't need to, there's no question I can lift that. I feel like anything starting to get over 50 pounds becomes, some people cannot do that. So then maybe we could just do 50 pounds per tier. It kind of caps out at 5, which is... You need to have +5 strength to lift something that is tier 5, and only one race can even do that. I'm not sure if that will work out. And maybe these upper ones can just skip and do 300. LFB, there's a B now. F, I mean, go to 400. Okay, for tier 3. Chat, what is something that weighs 200 pounds? What's like a common thing? Me. A body. That's true. That's not enough weight then. See, because in my brain, I am not a tier 3 strength, but picking up a person would not be hard. So maybe this actually just needs to be 100 pounds per level. Do a 100, do a 200. You severely underestimate the difficulty of picking up dead weight. But it's a fantasy tabletop game where you're the protagonist. I'd like to be willing to assume that the middle tier of, like, feasible strength a character could acquire is able to pick up a person. No. No, I'm not having it. Like, tier 0 is like, okay, yes, it is kind of hard to pick up people, so you'd probably have to roll tier 1 to do it. Because, like, bending over and picking up a fucking dead body from nothing is hard. Though most people could accomplish this in the fantasy role-playing RPG. So I'm happy with this, and it's very easy to make sense of this. And it's not exact. I don't want, like I said, someone mid-session to go, hold on, let me look at the weight chart and see how heavy this object would really be. I'm just getting, like, a general sense of where things will fall. How does this system work in practice? For picking things up and for doing skill checks in general, it is consecutive successes. So tier 0, if you wanted to pick something up, you would not need to have to roll because you can do it. Tier 1, you need 1 success. Tier 2, you need 2 successes. So I'll grab the lad here. The lad is... how much strength you got, lad? Let's say you're a normal person, you got 2 strength. Fail. Success. It is a 1d10, above a 7 is success. So it's kind of similar to consecutively imposed disadvantage rolls and the actual math of the success rate of doing tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 successes with how much strength you could potentially have this year. Oh snap, it's math. Gotta love it. So with that in mind, actually, even if you had +2 strength and there was a person on the ground, there's only a 36% chance you'd be able to pick them up. Wait, no, tier 1 was the weight. Tier 1 was 200 average man. So 60% chance. Wait, no. What the fuck am I doing? Yeah, 60% chance. And if this were happening anywhere but combat, I probably wouldn't even have the people roll for it, because you'll be able to do it. Eventually. But if it's like in combat, I need to pick this thing up right now. That's to pick them up. What about just dragging them? What about not picking them up at all? What do you have to roll for that? What about cutting them in half at the center? What's the roll on that one? What about only lifting them up into a seated position? What about rolling them over onto their stomach? These are all things we're going to have to consider, but in due time, we'll get there. What we're trying to determine, to go back to the beginning, is how much damage objects will deal when they're pushed, how much hardness objects have to determine when they break, and that sort of thing. and seeing if any sort of uniform system that already exists can help us determine that. My watch was in my pocket. I'm just trying to help. I'm just asking you questions so you can help answer them. Answer them. Help. Could a character's strength stat passively be able to pass a tier? There are special abilities for that I probably need to make more of, that are just like skills that you put a point into that's like you auto succeed tier 2s. Actually, shit, this discussion came up the last time I was talking about things. I totally forgot what the conclusion was. Is that players found that... I think I was talking to like Ronnie and Ashley. I don't remember. Might have been Ronnie and Arcadum. Yeah, people... How do I phrase this? Yeah, I think it was Short4. Short4 was like, huh? That if you... Oh, that's what it was. If you auto-succeed at, let's say you were trying to lift something that was tier 3. If you auto-succeed tier 2s, Short4 was like, what the fuck? Why would you make me roll 3 times for a tier 3 then? So then I was like, you know what? That's fair. Then you only have to roll 1 time for tier 3s. And that makes the whole system a lot more lenient and make a little bit more sense, because it gets quite difficult quite fast. But I'm not sure where those abilities actually exist anymore. I think they were on... I like have to add them back, I think, because the whole skill tree was completely different before when I had them in reasonable places. Anyway. Back to the root of the question. If when you push an object, it deals 1 damage for every foot that you push it if it hits something, should it deal more damage if it's heavier? And with the concept in mind that if you're pushing a large-sized creature, they receive reduced push, which is counterintuitive. Which went back to what we were saying about if you push something with a lot of mass, you're not going to push it very fast, and if it doesn't have a lot of velocity, it's not going to fucking slam the person for a bajillion damage because you pushed a boulder 1 foot. Or I push a boulder 5 foot at someone. I think I know how to solve this in the easiest, simplest way. Here's what we do. Here's what you do. We take the boulder pushing barbarian thing as an example. If you are actually pushing boulders at people, you probably built a character for it, is my assumption here. The average person is not fucking trying to push boulders at people. So they can just have a specific, like, passive ability. Per tier it would cost to pick up this item, it deals plus damage. And only they'll have it, and if you really want to do it, it's there. And then everything else is uniform. So like, oh, I want to, actually, I want to do a build. I want to build for pushing heavy objects. Go here and help me simplify the rest of the entire game. That makes sense to me. When you push an object. Hold on, that brings up another question. God. I really thought I was just gonna blaze through some really simple stuff today. I always think that whenever I stream this. And it ends up being the weirdest thing.
Hey Ster, just want to let you know you're great. Had no money on your B-Day, so late. Happy B-Day.
Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it. Peasant railgun time? Well, shit, we have to get to that in a second, because that's actually very relevant. And I need to figure out how that works. Well... each weight tier at a static. Actually, I do like static damage better because then it scales less ridiculously. Deals plus 25 damage per complexity tier the object would require to be picked up. Seems fine by me. And then also not allow characters to shove objects heavier than they would be allowed to pick up in the first place. So if you just use a default shove action and you have 0 strength, the system already kind of dictates that you would never be able to do that, so you shouldn't be able to. So then we'll go back to this. This is one of the biggest pushing abilities in the game right now. Push a target creature or object you touch 40 feet in any direction. Movement caused by this does not provoke. You may only push an object. How to phrase this? Oh, I'm getting into some weird shit again. Like, I hate how this is phrased. It seems so weird and unintuitive to someone who, like, hasn't played the system at all. And just, like, you know, looking in. To pick up, like, that is awful phrasing. But I know what it means. I don't know. I think that's something I'll just come back to after playing a bit and seeing how explaining it works best. Because there's a few things like that. Prob not explain well, but each way... See, I don't like... Chat! I'm sorry, but I don't like any of your suggestions. Keep in mind that you're asking players to, when they push an object, look up, figure out what the weight tier is, then look up the table and see how much damage it would deal. And, like, make it a consistent enough damage. Like, I see here you're doing a D10, a D20. but damage is scaled in a way that it wouldn't be easy to remember how much damage each tier does. And then that's not taking into account how much the object... There's just so many... We're trying to reduce it to like one simple thing, no matter what. Scale object damage by character strength rather than weight. Okay, but what if they pushed it off a cliff due to gravity? What if they used a spell to push it and not their strength? What then? Sometimes when I stream this stuff, it makes me realize that apparently game design is actually hard, and that's why Overwatch must be so bad, because like all the reasons it's bad apparently aren't obvious. Won't players have to check skill tools? No idea what you're asking. Okay. I think I'm satisfied. The other thing I was going to jump back to is the second level of this ability that lets you store push on an object, allows you to apply the push to a willing ally, which I think in most cases would just kill your ally. Which is just great. I'm trying to think why you would take the second... Like, even if you're trying to abuse something, why would you take the second level of this? I think I would have to have it, like, built in that the ally is immune to splat damage from being pushed. Or somewhere someone else needs to have an ability that lets them not take the damage, so that you could, like, combo it with this. There, I'm gonna make that third level. Baba Booey. Then you just fucking launch your allies at bosses. How automated is this game going to be? I have a an entire assembly line creating maps, like an assembly line for cars, how it just puts the pieces together, and then an AI runs the game. I don't know what you mean. I don't know. Epic. Anywho, so I was gonna put together a class that deals a lot with objects, because intelligence classes deal a lot with objects, and I have a lot of leftover abilities from other system that I can kind of plug in. Feng Shui! You always push objects 10 feet more, which ultimately results in the object doing 10 more damage if you push it into someone. And I think even that extra line there is probably unnecessary. But if fine. Ignore the penalty for pushing large creatures. push things. Whole thing for putting traps on objects is the other thing that's going to be here. How much is macroed? As much as it can be. So, as an example, Barbarian has the classic annoying skill. While you are at 50 HP or lower, deal plus 2d12 damage. Now, you as a player are like, fuck, I have to remember. Originally, it was going to be whenever you're at like a percent of HP. But now you as a player have to remember to add that damage whenever you're under 50%. So a player like hits something, and they're like, okay, I did like 1 million damage, and it did that. Oh shit, wait, hold on, DM, I get plus 1d12. That's all bullshit, and I have a macro already on here for less HP add attack that you can just add to your attack macro. If current HP is less than 50, it adds the damage. So that's a whole part of the goal of this system, is to be able to have any system that I add to it be instantly resolved without complications. Fuck, dude, I'm a barbarian, I can't think. Exactly. Who wants to roll 10 sneak attack dice? Not me. It just does the thing. Yeah, so as an, like, there would have to be some, like, maintenance on your character with this. Hold up. This is what the character players are looking at over here for each person. So you have your chance to hit. Your chance to hit determines what type of cover the thing has. So, because the rules for accuracy versus cover is a little bit weird. I don't want players to have to think about it. So down here, it just tells you, it shows the math so it knows, like, this is what was rolled. And it tells you flat out if it hit or not. It'll also tell you, like, if it critically hits, it automatically just... You don't need to fucking think! And it's well displayed, looks nice, is hot. Then you have your weapons for damage, because that's the only chance to hit. Then you roll your damage, shows your damage. If you really need to know, you can hover over it. And it shows what determined it. Strength times 2 plus blah 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 blah. But in that situation, we were talking about the barbarian thing. You would just edit your weapon. Okay, this is my dagger that deals 5d6 damage. And I would probably end up doing this for players because I'm not going to run a bajillion games and I could just do it for everybody. You would just copy this. Come over here onto your weapon. Put it in. Now it's if you're under 50 HP, you do plus 2d12 damage. Actually, hold up. I think I did this one weird. Ah, I see how I did it. So it would actually be just take out the damage completely, and you use that as damage. So if dagger deals 5d6. What health is this character currently at? Dude, this, I need to like shrink this screen or something so you guys can actually see everything. This damages character. Well, actually, you're at 56 HP right now. Roll weapon 1. Deals 24 damage. Which doesn't include the 2d12. Now you're at 22. Make sure it works. Be happy. 38 damage. Includes 2d12. Okay. That's the assembly line. Nice. But what if you have less than 50 max HP? Then your HP will be less than 50. You start with 100 HP. Fully automated luxury. Luxury. Players are never going to learn the rules anyway, so just like have it auto do it. Are you limited to 2 weapons? You can add whatever you want to that. I just have like a default to look nice of what you'll probably have. So that I can edit it per player. Anyway, back to what I was doing. Object lad. So the other one was as an adject, grant an object an on death effect. I shouldn't phrase it that way. That's also old system stuff. Well, they trap an object. And it doesn't need to say as an action anymore. Irrelevant details. I'll edit it later. I just want to get to the main point of it, which is when triggered, the object explodes. 60-10. I need to check average. I think that's way too low. But also, it's like AoE explosion. (60-10) average is 30. That's terrible. Uh, 10d10 should be an average 50. Bump boop. Where is it? And then we have this here, upgrade ability in any order, so you don't have, like, normally most things go skill 1, skill 2, skill 3. Increase damage by plus 5d10. Ba-boom. On the previous one before that, adjacent creatures get blinded, so they touch object, blinds them. Wow, that was crazy. That thing exploded. Do we know who's gonna play yet? I thought I did. But, I don't know. I'm becoming more and more skeptical that Moon Moon is gonna be able to play. It's being weird in the middle of the screen. Moved it. I'm too famous. Too famous indeed. Shit, did I just accidentally delete what I just wrote? But now it came back. I don't... So this was the old system. I think I already fucking removed a bunch of it that I might need. Whoop. Excuse me? Excuse me? Why did that just delete the things that excuse me? Why did pasting these delete those? I'm telling, the Ster stream is fucking cursed. This kind of shit has never happened to me. Token limit? has never happened. And I sincerely doubt that. I don't have a fucking clue why that would have just happened. And you can't undo it. Okay, time to write the abilities again. I love it. Yeah, obviously it's considered a trap. And triggered. Actually, I understand why it was supposed to not be large. Ah, yeah. Let's hit him with a can't save. I swear that happens like 9 out of 10 times I try and save. It's like already auto-saving. And then I sit around and wait for the autosave to feel comfortable to be like, you know what, I probably should save anyway. Who trusts autosaves? Not me. Whatever, I'll redo that later. Whatever. I don't think any of these were actually relevant, unless I do something where all traps you place deal more damage or some shit, probably. Something like that. Add more options to it later. Just gonna whoosh, bam, boom through this. Ah, yeah. Dude, I'm gonna poop my own pants. I swear it. I swear right now, before you all, I'm gonna poop my own pants. I gotta delete some of these imported maps. It's gonna make saving take a long time because they all have like 800 tokens on them. And I don't think any of these apply to new systems, so that's why I deleted them. Feels bad. I know that there's totally... I don't think it's on this list anymore, though. Totally a whole bunch of other object abilities that I wrote for, like, a blacksmith class or something. This boy might have them. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, they had abilities to let them push magical tiles, but I don't think magical tiles are as common of a thing, so I don't think it will be relevant. However, it's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Also, I think there's a lot less object stuff than I originally thought, so I'm probably not going to make a whole class for it. So I think it quite well fits onto one of the other ones that already exist. Which would be this lad. Though I might have to change the description of this a little bit. I don't even want to go over. This ability is so fucking complicated. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't want to go over what it is. If you can read fast, then part of it's on screen. Wait, couldn't they not be pushed? Yeah, never mind. I gotta go over this again. Do it later. everything in conclusion, do it later. And you know what? Actually, maybe those shouldn't go on there. I was considering putting these, like, on the Dexterity classes. Stealth lad for making object bombs kind of fits with him more, and he needs abilities. How big map tools maps should be dimensionally? Map tools maps are by default like infinite in size. The images you place on them are what are sized. And if you create an image to place in map tools, keep in mind that all of your players have to download it. So if you make a gigantically detailed map and you have all your players simultaneously download it when you switch to a map, it could slow things down quite a bit. Like, I think right now the world map that I have, this thing is too fucking big. And it takes a really long time to load this, even though there's basically only one object that matters on this. So, up to you. I mean, you can... It's infinite, but... I don't know if that was in the song. I thought I heard my phone ringing. It's Chiboy. What the heck was this? Manipulate an object to grow spikes. It deals plus 5d6 piercing damage when it deals splat damage. That's not what density is. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, okay, whatever. Placeholder lad, you're out of here. Just give him this. And then call it a day on that class. Okay. Shit. I had like 2 other things. What were they? I don't know. Whatever. I definitely need to finish adding more interesting things to the dexterity classes, primarily the ranged attack one, but bows are like, I don't know. I think I was just running out of ideas. Need like 1 ability-ish for Chaboy. I feel like the dexterity classes in general just have nothing that really stands out. There's a little bit, but not a lot compared to strength boys are buff as fuck. Many gun skills and stuff? Nope, because it's not very likely you'll find them. So you pick the class dedicated to a gun and then you never get one? Mostly toast to toast. Heck, it's been a while. Heck, you're here now. Time to go. You go over the dex, boys. I think I should just go over each class and then figure out what I need to fill in. Let's talk about the Ranger Shooty Distance Lad. You get these skills when you pick the class. You have to pick the class twice to get it if it has a +1, which these don't seem to have, which is already a problem. I don't know why this has a range on it. That doesn't what? All throwing weapons gain the quick tag, which is basically you can use them without equipping them. Continue using your remaining movement after a ranged weapon attack. Normally when you attack, that prevents you from moving any further, so that's kind of a big deal. So you might have to consider your positioning. What? What? Positioning in a tactical turn-based game? No. Penetrating shot uses adrenaline, goes through a whole bunch of targets and deals damage to multiple targets. Deals piercing damage, which goes through armor, blah, 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 blah. Or it'll cause 0 adrenaline if you use it with 1 throwing weapon. Yeah, okay. Your ranged attacks deal +3 damage for every 10 feet they travel. Big Sniper Lad, sure shot. You cannot miss with a ranged weapon if you are stealthed or in a surprise round. Yeah, okay. 1 arrow during surprise round is always a crit. Yeah, okay. Defensive stance allows you to threaten with a ranged weapon so you can make attacks of opportunity, because you normally can't do that. And then various things to buff that. Shooting shot, 3 adrenaline, push a target away from you. An amount of distance in feet equal to the damage dealt with ranged weapon attacks this round. That could be some big gamer shit. Dual wield throwing mastery thing that's complicated. Dual wield throwing, throw a lot of things. It's very good. Increased range with bows and throwing weapons, more sniper nonsense than Overwatch. Well, the game Overwatch? So you shoot people and they walk into an area. But I say unto you, In the words of my uncle, a la cuisine. What are other actually cool ranged bow-based abilities that are fun, that aren't magical? Or, like, overwhelmingly magical, like volley arrows. A rope bow, that's an equipment item. That's not an ability. Bouncing arrows off shit. That's not magical. Ignoring cover. I swear they had, well, penetrating shot ignores cover. Double and triple shot. There's the ultimate ability situations down here, which is basically that barrage lets you fire 3 arrows. Quick attack would end up letting you fire 2 arrows. This one lets you take 2 turns, which would be firing twice. Teleport yourself to an arrow. Not magical. Like 80% of suggestions were magical things. Some of these are okay, but I'm kind of thinking that there's like already things that exist that aren't specific to ranged weapons. Honestly, part of me too is like, I don't even want to finish this class because I think there's like a 2% chance that anyone in the first group that I run uses it. Like extremely low, no one is going to play a ranged weapon character. I don't see it happening. Unless, like, I get the group together and it's like, hey, guys, what do you all want to play? And someone's like, you know what? I do want to use range. Like, then I'll finish it. But I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know, man. Not much you can do other than shoot bow, pretty much. That too is, I don't think anyone would pick this class twice. It's more of like a supporting class to whatever the other thing you want to do is. So that's what I'm saying. Most of the suggestions can be accomplished by multi-classing. Maybe a good old positional thing where, like, if you have the high ground over an enemy, you deal more damage. Any throwers? Plenty of throwers. The other thing that really concerns me with ranged characters is, I think we went over this last stream, they're pretty much right now one of the only classes that has a reliable way to attack multiple times in one turn. which is when things become extremely fucked. Like, if they could... I was double checking, because sneak attack applies as many times as you want during a turn. Actually, the way that's written, it wouldn't work more than once for ranged weapons, which is good. But yeah, if I write an ability like, hey, all attacks from high ground deal plus 10 blah blah, then I have to consider the fact that, well, they could be shooting like 3 times per turn. And then you can't actually make it that good. Which is the same thing that's going to be kind of fucky with... Which one was it? Ranger. Range attacks deal plus 3 damage for every 10 feet they travel. That's going to add up, you know, times 3 attacks you could potentially be doing. And then if you were on high ground, I think just the flat damage adds are already just... If I had a high ground ability, adding damage is not the thing it should give because they already have way too much. And I'm hesitant to have it be bonus accuracy because adding accuracy to your character per attack is kind of obnoxious. Though that would be nice. It's like anything that adds accuracy for a single attack or like just this turn is kind of... What about rolling shot? Okay, so shoot your arrow and then move and pretend you rolled. I did want a suppression status or debuff, but I have no idea what it would do. Yeah, that works. Something more easier to resolve. Big important reroll miss. While standing on high ground that is at least 10 feet higher than the target of your ranged weapon attack. When you miss, a re-roll the chance to... I'm gonna say if. When sounds a little bit mean. I was born to be a thrower. Oh yeah. Depending on, that's what I'm saying too. To go back to, like, other classes already do all of the generic archer tropes. And if you hadn't heard, the way the class system works is you pick each path You can pick a path twice. You get 2 path choices. So you can double pick Dex and get the Ranger class twice, which is what I was saying. I don't think anyone will ever do that because there's not a lot there. But if you wanted a pinning shot, then fucking this guy has a way to throw traps. So you would do that instead. Because you would be getting increased throwing range and the ability to throw bear traps under people's feet. Or your bow can cripple someone for a round. Like, Thief rope bow, that's equipment. That is not an ability. You don't make a class-defining ability like, you're allowed to use shoes. Only your class has shoes. Wow, no way, I'm allowed to use rope? Anything comparable to perception rolls? The rolls are kind of reversed in a way that I think might be a little bit difficult for players to grasp and understand at first how it happens, but it makes sense once you get used to it. So for example, if normally in D&D you roll stealth, and then people who can see you have the opportunity to roll perception to see you. In this, you don't roll anything, because rolling your own stealth is already stupid, because if you roll a 1, then you know that people can see you, and then you're metagaming the fact that you're stealthed poorly, and it doesn't make any sense in the first place. So, you roll stealth when people see you. They don't roll perception, it is whether or not your stealth was successful that determines if they see you. So it is entirely dependent on your ability to be stealthed and not their ability to see things. And most things are like that, that it is dependent on your ability rather than other people's abilities. There are not saving throws like, I cast this spell on you! Then they have to roll like a wisdom saving throw. If anything like that comes up, you cast a spell and then you roll the associated stat to determine if you hit them. So it's based on your ability, it is never based on their ability. Yeah. You're inflicting a can't see me status on other people? Kinda. There actually is that. There's fucking, where is this ability? Perception filter? You use a madness stat to roll stealth, and if you succeed on a single stealth check against an enemy, they can't see you for a minute, and you just walk around them. Yeah. Yes, I think I'm dropping Ranger for now. I'll come back if something makes sense. This whole class was based on stealth. Carried light sources do not count against you while you're using stealth. Pretty essential. You get that when you take the class. If you take the class twice, you get +1 dex when making stealth checks. It says visual because, again, there is also not individual. This was one of the first things that I wanted to resolve when I first started talking about this, like what feels like 2 years ago. That if you're playing a rogue in D&D or Pathfinder, you're good at, like, sleight of hand, stealth. Like, you're always good at the exact same things. So, there is no stealth check, there is dexterity, and dexterity is stealth. So it is massively simplified in that, especially for new players. Like, oh, I'm stealth, what do I roll? Is it my proficiency bonus plus my stealth bonus if I have proficiency in it or not? And do I have expertise? And then what is my dexterity modifier that adds? No, you just fucking roll dex, dummy. And if the thing is more difficult, then you have to roll stealth twice. Which is based on scenario rather than character. Yeah! But then also there are things like, automatically succeed on complexity 1 stealth checks, so you actually could be better at stealthing rather than generically all dex things. They get crit multiplier. Nice. I'm a little worried crit multiplier might end up being stupid OP. I'm worried about a few things. But you know what? Fine. Be OP. I don't care. That advantage and disadvantage should be based on the scenario, not something you get from a feature. Basically. Being able to aid teammates at any time to kind of just, I don't know, fucks with the whole idea of it in the first place. Like, I, the sorcerer, who knows the very specific knowledge of this magical incantation, is being aided by the stupidest fuck barbarian. I get advantage. Because the barbarian is just, like, backseating, hovering over my shoulder. Did you read Depart About the Dragon? Did you read Depart About the Dragon? Yeah, that's you're helping me. Quick dodge. If you successfully dodge a melee attack, you may attack with a light weapon. After dodging, you may attack with any weapon. After dodging and attacking, you may immediately use a step. A dodge is a particular action that all classes have available to them. It just requires adrenaline to use. So it lets you get more out of that. Patience, +1 adrenaline if you are stealthed at the start of your turn. Bonus damage when attacking from stealth. More adrenaline, very good, because they're probably going to want to use adrenaline often. When you stealth, one ally may come with you. Make one stealth check for the both of you, and then all your party can follow you. There's probably more I can add to this skill, but I don't really know what it would be. Hold up. Hold up. I'm gonna put this in here. Auto succeed at Dexterity. Stealth Dex. Why not? Is that how you spell shyster? The shyster shuffle. Targeted creature that is within 5 feet of you and your size smaller just is right before you melee attack the target. You may step 10 feet. A step may move through the target without penalty. You must attack the initial target of the step. That's very complicated, but it is actually really simple. There's probably a better way to explain that. It just lets you move through people before you attack. The barbarian quietly sucks your toes to calm you down while you're thinking. Yes. Yeah. Googling shyster. That it is spelled with a Y. That's weird. That looks very strange and absolutely wrong. Sleight of hand. When a target is unaware of your presence while you're within 5 feet of them, you may steal an item from them that is not stowed away in a closed bag with guaranteed success. So this is another example of normally stealing from someone would be a dexterity check, but instead this uses one focus so that you just do it. And that's what your character is good at. You place an item on this target without them noticing. If it's something like a bomb or a poison, it automatically activates in a set number of turns. Everyone loves putting grenades on people. An item placed on an enemy is twice as effective against this specific target. So double damage bomb plants. Is there spell slots in this? No. It is, everything is self-contained within a class, so the more magic classes are down here. Give an example. You take the magic class, then it's like... It's the difference of in 5th edition, if you choose wizard, you have access to every single wizard spell, which I've always thought was really dumb. That you could be an illusion wizard who only has evocation spells. Or more classically, you're a divination wizard because it is uniformly the absolute best, no questions asked wizard. And then you don't take any divination spells ever because you don't need to, and the class doesn't synergize with divination. It doesn't make any sense. And this is, okay, you've picked this kind of fucking caster, here's your fucking spells, they're skills. Take them. So these are all like spells. I'm trying to think of like a simple example, but these are all really weird ones. This class has like all the fucking bizarro ones. Arrival. Learn information about the next person you're about to meet before you meet them. And then after you cast this, you may target this character no matter where they are in the world. Oh, fuck. Have you checked your phone lately? Wow! We're giving you more time to enjoy the benefits of your Uber rewards status. Holy, thank you. I wouldn't have seen that. Hey, John, by the way. Discord? Hold up, I'm not sure if Discord's gonna appear on screen. I don't know what monitor I had it on. Oh.
Finished my game yet?
I'm working on it.
Oh. How about now?
No, fuck, shut up. I'm working on it. The lad has trap an object, benefits to dirty trick, benefits to disarm, more trap damage. No, it's I don't know how this would scale. Sure, yeah, whatever. You're all right. Assassinate 8 adrenaline. Make a single attack with 1 weapon. Multiply the total damage dealt by 3 times. If it is a dagger, multiply damage by 5 times. Let's see if this is really worth it. It'd be like 5d6 plus. Which is average, like, that's pretty low. That's a low tier dagger. 20 damage. It's times 5, right? Whoa, that is bad. That doesn't seem right. I think it's because where I put... Yeah, it was multiplying it weird. It was only multiplying the +4, not the whole thing, I think. But it shouldn't have. It should have, really? I thought that if you had multiplication and something... No, you're right. You're right. Fuck.
I hate it when they're right.
I still don't think that's high enough. Well, hold up. How much damage do the high tier daggers do? 6d5, 6 to 30. Even that average is terrible to multiply 5 times. It's more the issue that it costs 8 adrenaline, and that's really hard to get. So I could just lower the adrenaline cost and it would be okay. And also, the damage could be multiplied by a crit as well, so you'd have some really big pop-off. Can I join call? Yeah. 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 Ashley's not going to talk to me anyway.
Yeah, well. What do you want me to say? Want some compliments? Some anecdotes? Some news? What are you in the mood for?
Second wife. It's because normally if you're using daggers, it's to be assumed that you would be double attacking anyway. So your damage with a dagger would kind of already be ×2 because you'd attack twice. Oh. When you make a group DM on Discord, it doesn't automatically put you in the call.
It should though.
It should though. It should though.
Yeah.
I thought you just hated us.
5 adrenaline.
It's probably a little true. I know I hate John.
Wait, why me?
I just do.
What do you hate, Ashley?
Why do I hate?
Yeah. Who hurt you?
Because it's fun.
It's fun hurting people.
And hating.
We're insulting John today. You know what? I wish Jerma was here because for some reason
I wish Germ was here too.
Hate
they
that
always
John.
towards Jerma. We wanted to call all 4 of us, and it felt so good that I wasn't the target.
Yeah, he's lower on the totem pole than you. Can't believe it.
And that was the day I realized that everyone is just a replacement for Jerma until Jerma is present.
Okay, so you can hit 60. Well, it was like 60 to 100. And then.
Oh yeah, you retweeted my picture. I guess I don't hate you.
I'm gonna make this 6 adrenaline.
Forgot about that.
I also liked it too.
Oh, I knew you were gonna like it.
Wait, how did you know that?
Because it's so good.
I'm unliking it right now.
What?
Apologize
Lying.
in front of everyone.
I
doing
can't believe
it.
I added John to the call, and the first thing he says is, "I wish Jerma was here."
That's pretty good. I should have thought of that.
That's not what I said. You're
And then they
twisting
just
my
like
word.
start talking. Like you just sit both in your own bubble.
Oh, you're. I thought you were
guess I'm here
focusing
too.
on the decks and skill points.
Wow, Steve, you're so cool.
Thank
We're
you.
filling in the dead air for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're amazing. I love your stream. I love all of your chatters. Every
Dude.
single one.
Thank you.
Dude, Ster, the guy you play, oh my god, you're so good. You're such a good player. And like, I love when you do the voice and he talks like this, and it's so nice. Oh, look
Alright.
at me. I love. Please suck my toes. Oh, I'm so funny. Yes.
Okay.
This is why we're here, Jeff.
All right.
Dude, I love it. Can you do it? Can you do it as a fan? Can you do it for me right now?
So there was always
The
this
voice.
tension. He needed Dick, but he resented Dick at the same time.
No.
All right.
Damn. Weren't you in live stream fails because of the? That was actually a funny clip. You told the guy to go get therapy in Overwatch.
Oh, was that on there? I didn't know
Hey,
that.
what's up, live stream this?
I think so. I think they were
Was
like
it a
part of
fail?
like.
I thought it was pretty. I thought
It
it
was
was a win.
really. It was really. Oh, it's live stream fail is just the name. It doesn't. It's not actually just about fails. It's a fail for the guy.
It was a pretty good moment. Good old Overwatch.
So explain to the viewers just joining in. What are you doing?
Exclamation point Myriad. I'm working on my D&D game class system, trying to finish up all the classes and trying to get it done. Got 4 classes per stat type, and there's a couple skills missing on a couple of them, so I need to finish them and make sure everything makes sense within the coherent whole of what is there. Hopefully we can play a game in September, but it looks like Moon's not gonna be able to play. I'm gonna have to find replacements and
Can I
get people
play?
to no.
Can I play?
After what you just acted, I'm sure you would have like you'd be so good at
Can I
role
play?
playing.
Dude, I can tell me any voice. I'll do it right now. Give me a character.
Say the word sugar.
Sugar.
Nope, still wrong.
Wrong. I mean, Moon might play, but he's like dragging his feet on getting permission to play with me.
What does that mean?
It
Don't
means
worry
that
about
he
it.
has like a life.
Yeah, he has too much
outside
of a life.
The internet.
Oh,
It sucks.
okay, I see.
Who would do that?
Damn.
I don't know.
So can I play?
I would
never-
I would prefer if you had stream viewers that I could
What the-
leverage.
What do you mean? I'm averaging like half of your view count right now.
Yeah, but they're all Arcadum's viewers, and Arcadum's gonna play anyway.
Actually, no, you're wrong. It's half Arcadum, half Moon, and maybe a little bit of Momo, but it's kind of like that.
Huh.
So I technically count as half Moon. I'm just a Moon.
You definitely have half of Moon's total viewership on average.
Yeah, that's. Do you think I'm joking? Can I play?
No.
Oh, dude, you hate me, don't you?
You know what? I do.
I remember the Ster who said that I am worth 1,000 viewers. I'm a 1,000 viewer streamer. You guys remember that?
I don't.
Anyone
I
here?
actually don't remember that.
You did say that. You specifically said, you know what, John? With the tone that you just did like 5 seconds ago. You know what, John? I'll tell you one nice thing.
No,
And
I
that's the
remember
one
what I
nice thing.
said. The
Oh,
only
so
thing
you're
I've
lying.
ever said is that you were. How did I say it?
You said it the way I said it. Smile.
I think I said you're just stupid enough to be able to get
Okay.
viewers.
Okay, now you're twisting. Okay, adding your little sprinkle, little flavor.
That's what I said, and I said it and I meant it. And being stupid is a really net positive on Twitch, and it was a compliment. You might not see it this way, but it's a big compliment.
It does sound like something Steve would say. Gotta be honest.
Okay, so I'll make this character in your game, and I'm gonna make everyone suck their toes.
But the thing is, Guy has never succeeded.
Wait, yes, he did. Oh,
Who?
in sucking the toes? No, yeah, true.
Yeah, exactly.
Not yet.
Not yet, just gotta keep
Who's
trying.
gonna do it? All he can talk to are gods and his own party members.
Yesterday was so... what the fuck was going on? God-con.
Characters did not deserve to be in the presence of gods.
I don't
I
know,
like-
Scrumpo changed a lot since yesterday.
Ugh.
You think he'll suck your toes now?
He should have. I forgot that I had a +1 to my spell DC thingy.
That was Stur's fault.
Yep. Could have been sucking my toes right now, but
Should have been. I still don't know what that whip thing was bad. It was bad. Was it bad?
what thing was bad?
Going in there and getting the weapon out of there?
No.
No, it's
Oh.
good.
Okay, it's good.
It was good.
It was good.
So why can't I play?
I just explained it to you.
No, and I just
now I have
like,
two
counter-
reasons. You don't listen.
No. I countered what you. I am listening.
No,
just thought that
I
we-
countered what you said.
No, I double countered it because I said it first after you said it.
Okay, John, what's your role-playing experience?
I've been role playing since I was born.
What does that mean?
I'm role playing right now.
How much mastery do you have over the English language?
Enough to listen. I can make my character can be from like very far away, and it fits. Okay.
Actually, they can't. Not
Dude.
campaign.
Dude, I would add everyone is like, oh, English, oh, look at me, oh, it's so proper, and I could be the contrast, okay?
The contrast to English.
The contrast.
You want to play so that you can be the contrast
Other-
to English.
No, the contrast to other accents. I know how to speak.
Okay, but everyone in this
Beautiful
campaign
word.
is all from the same village.
Yeah, I'm the guy with the speech impairment from that village.
Okay, I can buy that, I guess.
Yeah,
True.
dude,
Could
I can be the comedic relief. Plus, on top of that,
Comedic relief.
plus on top of that, I can get better. Maybe like throughout the game, my English gets better because I get to play with.
Okay,
people
you've been
whose-
streaming for like 2 years now,
I talk to myself.
and
Okay?
your
You know
English
this.
has not gotten better.
Wait,
Gotten
excuse
worse,
me.
I think.
What?
I have seen no improvement.
Dude,
Say the word game.
dude,
Dude.
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 dude. I vote against John. Can you ban Blue, please? Thanks.
Nope. Straight flaming John? He's flaming himself.
I am not. I literally have gotten comments saying that my English has gotten better because there's like old clips of me speaking and it was worse. I may not be able to say sugar like properly, but I'm getting close. Okay, give me another year.
A pillow?
Pillow. See?
Oh, that is
See?
better.
See? See?
But you're trying. Like in the
No, I'm
heated
not- no,
moment
no.
of conversation, you would never say pillow.
Can someone clip what I like after what Ster said? Pillow. How long did it take me to repeat what he just said? For example.
Have
It
you
was
learned
too
any
fast.
new words over the years?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like what?
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now.
Is this an English like test? Wait, what's going on here? Am I back in high school? Are you guys my teachers? What's...
For all you know.
Dude, I have gotten better. Don't be mean to me. Did you buy these icons or you just yoinked them?
I bought most of them. The giant class icons are from like Pinterest, but like all the actual tiny little skill icons I bought. There might be a few exceptions that are from like, I think there's a few that are from Gigantic. This one's from
Well, that
Gigantic.
game never happened, so
Yeah, that
it's
game
free.
never happened. Either
I
way,
was
like it's all
Gigantic.
basically placeholder.
They're making a new one, did you know? Or like a version of it.
Of Gigantic?
Yeah, yeah.
Who's they?
At the like the studio or a part of the studio is doing it. I don't know if they're making a new studio. Or... But yeah.
Sounds legit.
No, they're calling it something else, and it's gonna be a different game as well.
Give John a roleplay test?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
John, you enter a quiet forest. Everywhere you look, there are trees, a few flowers, and sunlight peering through the canopies of the trees. You stop and think to yourself, consider what you have in your backpack. How many viewers do you get on Twitch that aren't shared already with Arcadum and Moon Moon?
About 20.
You realize that's not good enough.
Wait, I said 20 because I thought we were rolling a d20. So it, like, they
Oh,
were like
well
max-
then the maximum is 20. It's not good enough. You need, what's your modifier?
I don't know what modifier.
Okay, that's strike 2.
Dude, listen, I've never. Okay, listen. When we discussed how would my English be throughout the game. We didn't discuss like terminology of like D&D and all that.
All right,
okay?
wait, you didn't realize you would have to know how D&D works.
Dude, I would practice before we would play. Yo, I would like learn. You're putting me on the spot right now, which I haven't. So I'll learn what a modifier. You know what? Let me Google it right now. Okay, what is a modifier in D&D?
Strike 3.
Ability modifiers. And abilities modifiers is usually a part of the ability that is used to attack rolls, defensive skill checks, and features of your character. Ability modifiers are...
Dude, my productivity on this has dropped so far for this. I'm like just like scrolling my screen around. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing anymore.
It was nice and quiet and respectful, and you were like, talk to me, I need you.
Well, now John's talking about... He's Googling what is a modifier.
Well, I mean, I can assume what it is based on the word, but I want to make sure that it is what it is. Do you want me to be quiet? I can be quiet. You're the one asking me questions. I was quiet.
I'm the...
Yeah, I just asked if I can play D&D.
I said no.
And I asked why.
And then I told you like 4 reasons.
And then I countered those reasons. Very good counters. Wow.
This is why I hate you, John.
Why? Why do you hate me?
You can't just counter a reason and then win.
I can. I can counter reason it.
You can't do that.
I'm feeling quite countered right now, I gotta be honest.
Wait, do you really... Can you play some sad, like, Naruto music?
Sad Naruto music.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you doing it?
Strike 5.
Dude, I was joking. What the fuck? You can strike me on a joke. Oh, so what? When you said, suck my toes, did you mean it? No. You're joking, right?
What?
Smile?
No, I meant it.
No, you did. Ashley, did you ever suck on his toes?
He cracks my toes all the time.
Ew, what?
Like, I'll just be laying on the couch and I'll walk over and just grab my feet and...
I like to break things. It's like popping bubble wrap.
This is kind of nice. Shut up, chat. See your faces in there.
Wait, but do
actually
you
very
really
romantic.
care about view count? Like, do you really have to bully a small streamer? Like a small growing streamer?
Yeah.
Okay, isn't half of your viewership coming from Germa? I said it. I fucking said it. I fucking said
I'd say 100% of my viewership.
Then you can't call me. Then what's wrong with me having half Arcade and Moon Moon? It's like
Because
a nice...
Germa isn't in the D&D game.
But neither are them. Moon Moon is gonna skip you.
Moon Moon is
He's
gonna
gonna
skip me.
Yeah, he's gonna do the moon skip. I know it. So, this is the counter that I was talking about. It's a good counter. And a good reason. Dude. One day, and I'll know everything about D&D. There is to know.
But we're not playing D&D.
Can I play D&D with you? In your game? Dude, okay. I'll paint stuff for free. For your game. Smile.
How much stuff?
We can discuss the amount. Yeah.
But what if it's more effective for me to just steal art from Pinterest anyway?
Then someone might DMCA you. Like, I can see some of the art you're using right now that I recognize that it's a friend or a possible friend. Smile.
Yeah, so what?
They will hard strike you.
Yeah, literally, so what? The whole DMCA thing on Twitch, I haven't, like, nobody that I know has gotten a single DMCA or anything for playing music.
It's because no one watches you.
No, anybody on Twitch, no one has had anything happen. There was a week where everyone was like,
Moon
oh
got
shit,
one.
things are changing, and then no one stopped listening to music and nothing happened.
Moon got one. Smile, I think. I remember.
Okay, and
Like
what
a
happened to
warning.
Moon?
Oh, you need 3.
Okay, so your like tiny little insignificant art friend is gonna say he's using my art, and then I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do?
stepping.
I'm gonna
on
just
little
change the
guy.
art and say sorry, and then he's gonna say okay.
Too far. Insignificant. Then try to play D&D without art, huh? Why don't you just go back to what is it called, mud? Just text-based, like fake D&D with no graphics. Go and do it then.
Okay, maybe. Like I was saying Arcanum last night, Critical Role is more successful and they don't have maps or art or characters or
That's because
anything.
they're like, dude, they wear makeup. Of
They
course.
do wear makeup though.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, they wear makeup.
Yeah.
Anyways, think about it.
I'm thinking about it.
Okay. Good. Am I really that bad? Come on. Be honest.
You're not that bad, but I have much better options.
Dude, you gotta admit, I'm kind of funny. Hello, is my mic on? Hello?
Yeah, I'm laughing.
Oh, okay. Good. I just want to play, you know? I thought that you, out of everyone, would understand that. I just want to play.
Okay.
Pancakes understands me.
Ask Arcadum.
Ask Arcade and what?
If you can play in a D&D game.
I will, but I want to play in yours too.
Oh, you big greedy. He's gonna like go around me anyway and ask I thought I was special.
I asked you. Do you realize I asked you first? I've never asked Arcadum. He knows that I want to through clips, but I never went and asked him. I didn't even type to you that I wanted to play. I essentially proposed to you in front of everyone. That's what this is. In front of everyone.
I mean, I keep saying no, but you keep countering me so effectively. I guess
Yeah.
I have to say yes.
Yeah, I guess so. See, imagine my brain in game. How many counters could I do? Bring me any gods. Bring me 5 gods. I'll counter all of them.
All right, John. It looks like the enemy hit you. It dealt a critical hit, and you're unconscious now. Counter argument. I rolled out of the way, and I'm fine.
No. Before I fall, okay. Before I fall, I have like painkillers in my pocket, and I'll quickly swallow them. I gotta be careful though. You might want to roll for like whether I suffocate on the pills or not, but I'll take them, and if I'm successful in taking them, then I'll gain at least 5 HP, and I'll survive that round. Smile.
I'm very impressed.
Thank you. Now imagine if I knew what I was doing.
Then you wouldn't be doing that.
Yes.
Hey, Ashley, you want to touch objects, but there's only one ability for touch object. There's no additional skill points to put into it. What the fuck else could there be? How could you touch objects better? Is she muted? Yeah, she's completely muted and deaf, and she just left me here with you because she didn't even want to hear it.
Wait, what do you... No, she already knew I'm in. Like, why stay around if she already knew the outcome? Is Ashley playing?
Yeah.
Wow. Favoritism. I see.
Yeah?
By the way, if you want me to be quiet, I'll be quiet. I'm eating fries.
Yeah.
Can't believe the streamer favors his wife. I know. What the hell? So when did you started making this game in particular? This is not the Omega old one, right?
It's kind of all part of the same thing. Like 2 to 2.5 years ago.
Oh, damn.
Probably about 2 years ago.
That's cool.
Word. Well, that's my concern, chat, with this, is that if I start quantifying exact things, like you can search for this in the object, then I'm basically going to have to remove that you can't do it with one skill point. So the more that I'm adding, I'm actually making the ability worse. It's just splitting it up into multiple points that have to be put into the same thing to get the full effect, rather than being better. And if you write some shit like that, like extend the history that you see, then a player who's put 2 skill points into it has no definitive way to know what they gained because they put 2 skill points into it, because you as a DM most of the time are going to make up some total random bullshit of the item. And you can't have, okay, here's tier 1 for every single touchable object in my universe, and here's tier 2 if they happen to have that skill. I have a, what this is. A study target, learn about an ability the target possesses that I could maybe let you touch enemies. But I'm a little bit unsure of how that whole system's going to work in the first place. I don't want to have, like, what Arcadum does with martial checks. But clearly there's an ability for learning abilities, so it is a thing. Search for hidden objects within a touched object. That's also a fucking really dangerous route, because then you like need to change the integrity of the items that the players find because the person has that ability. I don't know how to explain it. There should be like a word for this, where because a player is good at something, you need to make the things exist and be harder. Pathfinder has that problem really bad. Good example being Rakoth had a plus 30 to bluff checks, but because Rakoth was so good at bluffing, enemies got better at seeing through lies. Because it just inflates the necessity of how good you are at the thing. It always ends up really bad. How do you spell possess? That is not right. There you go, you just change it. And whatever it is also has to be worth the cost of using the ability, which is going crazy. And losing sanity. Oh, this is... How can a word be like that many letters long and only have 2 different letters in it?
English dumb.
English
That's
is
one.
dumb.
If you could automatically or instantly learn a different language and only speak that language, which language would it be?
Only speak that language?
Mm-hmm.
And I have to. It can't be English.
Yes.
Oh.
Like you're forced. Like a curse. Let's put or a blessing, I guess, depending on how
Scottish.
you look at it.
Not Scottish English accent, which is basically a different language. That's why I could be a thrower and really do the accent well.
Wait, why don't you make a character like that? It wasn't bad.
I want to,
Nice.
but I
What's
never
his
get to
name?
play. I don't know
Oh,
his
you-
name, but he was born to be a thrower. It's his calling, and that's all he knows.
It's like to throw things.
It's a sad day
just-
when I don't get to throw the hammer.
Oh, okay.
He's a competitive hammer thrower in the Scotland Highlander games. That's his whole existence.
Nice.
No, I would maybe see, like, when you make this choice, you basically are also going to say, I better move to this country so I can actually speak to people. My first instinct was Chinese, so I can talk to all the Chinese ping pong people. But if I could only
Yeah.
speak Chinese, I'd be fucked. I could learn I could permanently learn Japanese and just move to Japan. Become
True.
a fucking, like,
True.
okay, you could, if you move to Japan, if I move to Japan, I could get any girl. Okay, because my penis is longer than 1 inch. All right.
Oh my god. Stop.
What?
Stop.
I would have to get divorced. My wife can't speak fucking Japanese.
Shut the fuck up.
Prove it. You ready? Oh shit! I knocked over my. I spilled water everywhere. I forgot it was on the floor. Why was it on the floor?
Oh my god. This is why you can't have John in the call. Water gets spilled everywhere.
Oh my god! It's like a fucking gallon down here.
Wait, is it just a normal? Like, is it just in a normal glass or a big bottle?
Big bottle.
Okay.
Many ounces.
Oh, what the yeah, that's a lot. Wait, why do you keep it open? Wait, what? Might as well just get a glass. Close it.
Dude, you wouldn't understand.
Oh, it's really your wrist. I see.
My what?
Your wrist, because like unscrewing and screwing back the cap.
Yeah, usually it's on my desk here and it's not a problem. But for some reason today, I put it on the floor next to me. I never do that.
Yeah.
So I got up and it just fell over. I need
Is
like
that how
an
you got-
actual towel. Hold on, I have like.
Yeah. Go get a towel. Dude, you're getting your carpet dirty with water. Quick. Clean it. I hate when
Dude, my life
we
is
should-
over.
True.
Hey, yeah.
Wait, do you have? I only noticed now you have a XD racer chair.
Yeah, XD, man.
Dude, so you're a real gamer.
Yep. Clean it up with water? I'll try.
So when are you gonna be done with the classes? When do you want to be done? With
I'm
class-
I'm basically done. If I had players, I would be
Smile.
comfortable showing them what I have and
Not
letting
theirs.
them pick based off this.
Mm-hmm. Others? Mm-hmm.
I want to go over like this class and make sure it makes sense. And intelligence might need some additional abilities. like the starter basic abilities, because everybody has, what is it? How many are you? 8? This one, I don't know.
Which one is the easiest or beginner friendly in your opinion out of all these?
Hit things with big weapons, just strength class. Any of them
Okay.
probably. Honestly, for how simplified I like to make the systems, these classes are all fucking really complicated. The simplest one's probably just Barbarian Lad, but even that gets a little bit weird. Yeah.
Okay.
Come back.
Hey.
Hey. What were you doing? Why weren't you here with us?
Something so secret.
What's the game about?
What?
I never heard about that game, so I was asking what it was.
I said the word something so secret.
What are we talking? What just happened?
I have no. I am confused as well. I'm like, what's happening?
You
What?
asked me what were you just doing, and I said it's something so secret.
Oh. Okay. Okay. They keep your
English.
secrets
This
to
is what
yourself.
we're talking about, John.
I was confused too. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, what do you associate with intelligent characters? Particularly things that could still be beneficial in combat.
You can use a quill to like, stab.
Speaking
someone in
English.
the eye.
Okay. There is only one language in the world, by the way, and it is English.
Yes.
So speaking English is an important skill.
My English is getting better. We weren't talking about me. We were talking about Ashley. We didn't know what Ashley was about. They're like talking about. Not me.
Understand the enemy's ability. That's a lot of different ways to phrase that. One of the classes has that, but these are the very generic. Like, okay, in these starter classes, let me make sure I'm centered in here. Like strength they get plus to health. This is like before you've gotten to a class. Really simple things. The ability to wear heavy armor, accuracy, the ability to use better weapons, how much you can carry. Intelligence right now has, hey, you don't invest your money, you just get money. They have crit multiplier because it fit here better than anywhere else. Accuracy and equipment, I don't know, kind of a mix. They have magic find, which maybe I could add more abilities for that, but I don't think I need more than the one. And gain +1 int rolls on something that they specialize in. Resistant to mental damage. Maybe. So that's kind of madness. Madness has reduction to sanity, but maybe they could have reduction to psychic damage.
Oh yeah, who's your players? Other than Ashley, confirmed. I mean,
Ashley, Arcadum, Shore for Moon if he can show up.
dude, I would fit so well.
You would feat so well.
Yeah.
You do have big feet.
Wait, how do you know?
John, how big are your feet?
I don't know the number.
You don't know your own shoe size?
It's
Strike
like
6.
I buy. Oh. I buy shoes like once every 5 years. I don't remember.
When would this session happen? Hopefully
September.
during September. I got really distracted, and if you didn't see the
I
tweet,
should leave.
I could show
sorry.
off the. Oh no, that's not what I meant. I got distracted in general of adding content and like adding more stuff because Moon was
Oh.
like, I don't know if I could play. I was ready to like get everyone together and have them make characters and get shit rolling, but then when Moon was like, I don't know if it. Then I just started adding more and more shit because I had more and more time to figure it out. So I made a Twitter about it, but there's a whole like magic find, rolling rarity and magic find when you find magic items. It's like this one's really shit, rarity 14, and it's not magical. And then you roll random loot. Old stone immortal armor would appear as though blah 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 blah. And it randomly rolls all the adjectives, descriptions, and the abilities, the armor, everything here is based on the rarity and it being not magical. So, yeah. So because it's rarity 14, sorry, I didn't read the whole thing. It would appear as though the item were defecated upon by small vermin.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so that is not a rare item. You could find that anywhere. Oh, rarity 85 on this one. This one is sufficient. Also, I think I have it goofed right now, so it is heavily favoring finding only armor because I was testing armor rolls. Hold up.
That thing's gonna be so fun.
Yeah,
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
look in every box. I'm gonna find everything.
We're gonna roll 3 of them. It was skewed to like 99% chance to only find armor, and I think it's only finding heavy armor as well. So let me adjust that.
Is
Where
it
the
Tree of Savior?
Okay. Not rare is magic. It still needs a lot of work, but it's decent enough. And yet it found armor anyway. Scratched old deer bone chainmail. Were defecated upon by small vermin. Yet again. Wow. But you notice there's more to it. A single enchantment. Soul. All the magical stuff is like DM interpretation at this point, so it's usually just like keywords for what the magic stuff does. Players can't see this when this is rolled. So it's a description generator for the DM only. So like if you roll this and the thing makes absolutely no sense, you can kind of just use it for keywords and be like, okay, blah, blah, blah. But most of it generally makes sense, and the things that don't, the world is chaotic enough that there's some really stupid shit you can find that I went through and explained to Ashley the whole order of operations to how you would find the camouflage crop top that comes with a headband that has bunny ears. And it's, you know, like 0.01%, but if someone finds it... Hold up. Yeah, something is still wrong. It's still finding like only armor.
You're gonna have to enable cheaters for this.
It's already enabled.
Oh, I see why it was, because
Yeah.
it was rolling.
Nice.
It was rolling a D999, which is not what do. Okay, rarity.
I downloaded shitter so I could send it to Steve in Discord.
2 doses of deadly cyan poison that is applied to bladed weapons adds 10 poison damage for 1 attack. The amount of doses is random. The color is random. The fact that it says deadly is random. The amount of damage is random. How many attacks is random. And it's based on the rarity.
Mark then?
What?
Where it says adds 10 poison damage. If it's random, shouldn't it be a question mark?
No, it has
With
rolled 10. So the 10 is already random.
Okay.
It's Some of the okay, this one sounds weird, but I have a situation right now where if rarity is under 10, it's total trash, but it's magical, then it grabs adjectives from a like wild magic list. So that is why we have a veiny two-handed spear. Because it is specifically a garbage item that is magical. So okay, you have a veiny two-handed spear with a handle made partially out of iron. It is ordinary, unassuming, but you're sure there's more to this item because it's magical, and you continue inspecting until you find it. It is stained with the remnants of a also veiny poison. Kind of fucking weird.
It's kind of like
I love this.
like axe when you think about it.
Of all the, I think there's about 150 adjectives, so the fact that it's veiny twice is weird. But that's fine. Fine,
Is
decent.
vascular in there?
No. I'm surprised veiny
man.
is. That's like, I don't remember writing that. Decent bronze and pure iron chest filled with 7 bolts of sufficient
What?
wool. Oh, I thought that said wood. A chest filled with wool. And the wool is enchanted.
What can you do with wool? Like neat
Make
clothes?
clothing? I don't know, man. That sure is some sufficient. One more. Oh, and also, so like this skill here is reaction to finding random loot, and this is why we started talking about this. You spend focus, you spend sanity, then you gain a bonus to the magic find, so you have a higher chance to find better stuff. So if you were that lad, then I can just do, okay, you had plus 15 and plus 15, and then when I roll, it's, wow, so it was still garbage anyway. There are higher tier of items that you can find if you break 100. The only way you can do that is with abilities or specific things. There's also, it's only been showing up tier 1 magical, but there are 3 tiers of magic. Magic
What's
is
the
harder
end
to get.
goal? I want to see the end goal.
The end goal?
Yeah, like just really rare, like
Superior Jasper Chainmail. A variety of gems are socketed into the items, create a bedazzling glimmer. It is sparkled. It is splattered with an artsy speckling of orange paint. Barnacles grow from the item and perpetually ooze a brackish sludge.
ew.
And then the
nice.
accuracy and armor is... And all this is variable because it's magical and rare. 22 accuracy on Chainmail is a lot. Anyway... I've spent like 100 hours already making this. It's pretty cool. I'm looking forward to it.
The only way to know what's broken is to play.
One more big rare. Oh wait, no, I don't want to do big rare because there's also a thing that I don't want to show up on screen. That if it's over 100 rarity and over 100 magical, it automatically rolls object history, and some of the object history is kind of spoilery. I don't think this one will do it. A perfect mahogany club carved with multiple meaningless spherical symbols. Nice! A variety of gems are socketed in the item to create glimmer. It is splattered with... Fuck! It feels bad when I like personally know how random this is and the exact like 2 things showed up again.
Maybe it's trying to keep it like within the context so it repeats itself.
Nope. Okay, last one. Seriously, last one. Unique falchion with a fashionable gemstone smashed into the pommel. The pearl blade is damaged from misuse. It boasts a simple mechanical mechanism that runs on whale oil. That's up for like DM to determine what the thing is. It is extremely durable and never rusts or tarnishes, even if left outside. If dropped, the item seems to float in place until it's interacted with again. The original owner of this item was a profound coward. What? Okay. Alright, we're done.
Clap. Good job.
Yeah.
Now
I just gotta
what?
add some item types to it and stuff, but it's coming along neat. Because the alternative is to, like, have your own tables and blah, blah, blah. Fuck, that's my club. Do character abilities on the loot find stack? It is a party-wide thing, so yes. Because you don't want it to be that only one player is allowed to find loot, because they have bonuses to it. because that would suck. That's basically what Divinity did before they had to patch it. So yeah, intelligence classes get that. And they can upgrade it. I should add one more. I don't know what else intelligence lads get for base starting stuff. I should probably just give them the same shitty potential to get hit points. In case they're a fighting lad. Are
What's
people
the
just
gray
saying
guy's name?
what?
The gray guy in the middle. What's his name?
That's you.
Nice.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man, I don't know what else. Maybe they should
Is
get
all you had planned?
object identification, or not enemy ability identification that isn't class specific. I don't know. I'll come back to it. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I need a few more things for poison disease lad, but I don't want them to be related to poison, but still being very dirty and gross. Like, all of these are poison, except for then you got spider walk, talk to rats, and create webs.
What? Okay, so you have a bunch of items that get like literally shit on by mobs. How about this class has one skill that if the thing they get is shit on, they get like a bonus something. Smile. If the item they get has shit in it, they get a bonus.
That is too specific.
Oh really? Okay. It was just the amount of rolls you made and everything you shit on. I just thought it was
That was a huge coincidence. I think the really broken down. That's basically rewarding you for finding bad items, which also is super counterintuitive.
It could be a starter like early on thing they get. Just
Yeah, can I ask my party members to shit on my gear?
yeah, for example. I'm gonna play that. I want to play that character. Then that's it. If you add that.
Wait a second. Yeah.
Oh, bonus if something dies. Isn't that a good idea?
They have that.
Oh, okay.
Specifically when something dies from poison, then you can transfer the poison to somebody else or make fart gas. Or both.
Somebody say fart?
Yeah.
Yeah. Goes back into muting.
Yeah.
I don't know. The only nasty thing I can think of is just bodily fluids. That's it. It's like the most gruesome thing.
What, you want like a sword that shoots boogers?
That's all I can think of.
mean, I would use that.
I don't know, man. Something using corpses would be good, but I'm trying to think of what makes actual sense. Though another problem with D&D and targeting corpses is that it's actually ideal that as soon as a creature dies, you remove it from battlefield so it doesn't take up space. So when you start saying you're using dead bodies, then it's like, okay, well, let's just for this one player, let's keep every dead body on the map forever.
Well, it would have a one-time usage. Like you would use that body once, and then it would like something would happen to it, and it's gone.
Okay, there's a class that has corpse explosion already, and there's a class that reanimates creatures that have died already.
Yeah. You can just say that, like, for example, if players try to combo wombo, for example, a creature dies, then it gets revived, and then they kill it on purpose so that they can use the body again, then you can just make it so that when the creature dies second time, it explodes or some shit that they can't use it again, like again and again and again and again, like to avoid looping. Turns to dust, yeah, or something, some shit. But I like
Also,
the
yeah,
idea of using
forget the
dead
corpse
bodies.
thing. They already have when people die of poison, they get poison clouds. That's enough. Then other classes have death things if you want to do it. I don't know. See, that's the thing. I don't know what I want because they already have like enough poison stuff to do a whole poison thing with. So they kind of need a secondary identity more so.
Bugs. Kind of like that.
I like bugs.
So yeah, part of me, like last time we went over the stealth character, part of me is like, you know what, I should go over all the abilities so people don't name the things it already has over and over again. But I went through every ability on the stealth character and then looked at chat, and all the suggestions were things I just said. So I don't think I'm gonna help. It has talk to rats and control rat ability.
Yeah, but it's a rat, not a bug.
Yeah, well, bugs are different than rats, and this class doesn't deal with bugs.
Why not? They could though, yeah.
They could also deal with specifically Toyota cars. I don't think I'm gonna do that either. I do think that I need more tile effects actually.
This is tough. Good luck. I'm like trying to think, and it's difficult to come up with something unique.
Do you have like the swarming stuff?
What swarming stuff?
I don't know, make a big swarm
Of rats?
of parrots.
Well, they have an ability where they talk to rats and they can control rats and they make swarms of rats.
Do you think your players are that smart?
What do you mean? That smart that they can read an ability and then use it?
Well, I mean, it just says you can talk to rats, and then like it's just past that, you need to think about the tactical ability to talk to even more rats to make more to make a swarm. You need to get there past that point. Or does it say in the ability, use the skill so you can make swarm, like rat swarms?
Command a rat or rat swarm, medium size, to do as
it
you
does.
tell them. This effect compels them for 10 minutes per skill level. A singular rat will not join you in combat, but a swarm of at least 10 rats can.
Dude, you're a genius. You thought of everything. Why are you streaming?
I don't know.
You thought of dude, it sounds like you just have everything. Why are you trying to add more to it? I mean, I know why, you just said it, but...
Because
why?
it has 3 less skills than every other class.
Okay, but maybe that's balance. It's balanced because they're very strong and very good. So they have
That's
less
not how
skills.
balance works. Every character in Overwatch has less abilities than Doomfist. That doesn't make them better than Doomfist.
Did you really just compare? Like, did you?
That's what I've got to go on. That's what the chat knows.
My God. Rats, we are the rats. Blah, 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 blah,
Yeah, I'm thinking about. I need a. I want to do like
Michael.
a specific
It's your birthday today.
gas cloud ability, though. It could probably just be upgrading this one. Make this actual normal progression.
Okay, how about okay? When how about buffs? So use some weird toxic ability to make shit grow. Not literal shit, but like just I know mushrooms that can like give you specific buffs.
Make my monster grow.
Or do you already have that?
You have to say it again. I was like writing
Okay.
and thinking and
Oh, no,
trying
no,
to
that's
listen.
okay. Finish. It's your birthday? Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, yeah, nice. Thanks, lag. That was cool. It's on my birthday though.
Time we touch, something courses through my blood, and I'm born.
I have idea, but thinking how thought works.
Feel this warmth too. I need you so much. I'm addicted to your love. Nothing I can do.
I don't have idea. Doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, how about what I'll repeat what I was saying. So have like a buff ability that if you point at someone's dirty toes, mushrooms start growing on it, and whoever consumes it gains something.
Ecstasy. So burn
What?
to my
Because there's like fungus in your dirty toes, or probably.
pure and crystalline.
My toes don't have fungus on it.
Yeah, my toes are clean, John.
No, I know. But I'm talking about RP.
Yeah, why the extra step? Why not just suck the toes and gain a benefit? Why do they have to be fungus toes?
I was just going with the theme. The poison theme, you know, like. Because, like, mushrooms can be poisonous.
And you want to suck dirty toes?
No, you don't suck the dirty toes. So mushrooms grow on someone's toes, and then you pick the mushrooms out of their toes, and you consume that.
Okay.
Make a tea, you know.
All right. Okay, I see where this is going. I like it so far, but I think it needs some work.
Yeah, I'm being okay. Maybe not the toes part, but like, I'm talking about like things like that.
Oh, things like fingers? The toes of hands that no one sucks? Actually, no, there's always that weird thing where like someone does suck on a finger and it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
No, I mean like, yeah, that's all I got. Is
All right, well, I'm definitely going to incorporate that. Thanks for the plan.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Pure and crystalline.
He's into weird things. No, I'm just setting it up for Moon Moon. Okay, like Arian said, like corpses or rotten places, you can make things grow to get a buff. Maybe not corpses because the corpses idea is already being overused so much, but like just rotting or dirty. You're talking about dirt, right? So I'm trying to combine the two things. There, something can be dirty and you can grow some shit out of it. You decide what grows. And that buffs you or not.
Making people vomit, maybe.
I feel the stars align
I think really I just have,
for eternity.
what is it, fucking... This is a lot more than it looks like, to have 4 skills per type of stat. Like, if you look at this, this is the only one I actually counted. There's actually 39 individual skills in these skills that you can pick within this class.
Oh my
So I'd say each one that's finished is like on average 40 skill points. I think it's just a lot of things, and there's starting to be a lot of crossover that I don't want to do. Because, like, making someone vomit sounds like, oh, yeah, that works, that's within the theme, but then it always brings up, like, that would essentially be using Dirty Trick on someone, and there's like 3 to 4 classes that can do that at range in weird specific ways.
But if you make your ally throw up, then they're curing themselves of poison, right?
Actually, shit, there's the fucking vomit swarm thing in Pathfinder.
Oh,
Like, what if
cool.
you vomit? Yeah, I'm gonna give the you vomit ability.
Clap.
Barf up some bugs.
No, not
Big
bugs,
tentacle
rats.
or something.
He already said he doesn't want bugs. It has to be rats. Because he just
Fine,
loves
barf up a
Germa so
rat.
much. He needs to always incorporate him somewhere.
True.
Yeah.
My mom asks about Germa.
Wait, what? That's cute.
It is.
Vomit! Dude, so good! Dude, I remember one time German made a joke about vomiting.
Oh. What was it? Tell us.
I don't
the
know.
joke.
I know that he definitely has, though.
Okay.
The Diablo incident.
Oh, well, that was my joke, and that was very funny. I don't have a single ability that attacks in like a cone, so there's no defining what a cone even looks like. I tend to not like them because new players never understand how a cone is placed. You have people in Arcadum's games that have played for like 40 sessions, and every time they go to use like, okay, it's a 15-foot cone, can you draw it for me, DM? It's like, you're level like fucking 12, you've played for a year. Yikes.
Cringe.
Cringe.
Cringe, bro.
So I always lean towards in the other system of doing like... Well, because the other system had tiles instead of feet, so it wasn't 5 feet per tile, it was 1 tile. And I would say like a 3 by 2 area in front of you. Or I'd even rather have it just be like a line for this, do like projectile vomit.
I like that. Projectile vomit. Boomer pile. Okay, good one.
I need to decide whether or not I'm bringing back the cardinal terminology, because no one really... I guess after you get it one time, everyone understood what it meant. I know you can, Sultan, that's what I was talking about. I was saying that before I didn't use feet, I used 1 tile, was the measurement was 1.
That's simple. That's good. Do it.
Okay, I'll rewrite everything.
Tile gang, tile gang.
How am I phrasing this? Fuck, hold on. I'm doing big thought. And how I want it to be like universal.
Wait, it's just poisons things in it. Can't you be more original?
True.
Like make it diseased or the chance for one of the limbs to fall or some shit. I don't know. Quirky, yeah. Can you add a smiley face so it's like extra nice?
Nah.
Really? Poison tile? Disappointed. Then why not just make a poison cloud? I got poison tiles, I got poison cloud, I got poison farts, I got poison rats, I got Dude.
Okay, you make up the entirely new game mechanic that only this one ability uses to create that specific type of tile, and
Dude,
I'll
it can't be
consider
difficult.
using it.
I just did, like, steal from Divinity.
Oh, but Divinity has poison tiles.
Yeah, but they also have the other word I literally just said a minute ago, but I forgot about it. Disease, which is different.
Okay.
Acid is good. Yeah. Still
Okay.
within the theme. Just don't make it poison again. Even like, there's a chance of them to sleep and crack their heads on the floor is better than poison.
Still want it to be like a gross tentacle that like strangles an enemy if they walk by you.
Yeah, that's cool too. That like I like that.
Oh wait, oh what?
Like you barf up like a gross tentacle out of your mouth, and if an enemy comes near, it snares them and locks them in place.
Yeah, CC.
Okay. Dude, my brain, I had like 3 ideas, now I'm like, wait, what were they?
The three of us make 3 ideas combined. That's what it was.
I'm more hung up on how I want this to be uniform or not.
Oh, nice. Now we have a poison pool.
Poison pole?
Poison pool. We can make a poison pool with that. What if you have an ability where you just say mean things to the target and you become toxic?
D&D actually has that.
Wait, no.
And Arcadum has the custom class to support it because Pathfinder had one that was pretty funny.
Dude, I'm a natural... Dude, I had no idea that was a thing. I'm a genius.
It's vicious mockery. You make fun of someone and they take psychic damage from your insult. Pathfinder had a whole bard archetype for it and he made like a subclass for it. That's kind of but it's still funny.
That's the point, to be fun. I don't know if you knew this, but like games equals fun sometimes.
I don't know, I'm gonna come back to this. I'm not happy with how it's going.
Dude, you do know that if you don't come up with something, you're gonna have to delete the whole character, right?
Delete.
It's
Whole thing
unusable.
gone.
Yeah, it's unusable. Just
It's also yeah. Most 5e subclasses are pretty meh.
rinse.
Like all the rogue ones. Hey, wait until 9th level to get a very slight benefit, dumbass. I forget what the Pathfinder one is. But I'm curious. I'm assuming I'll know it if I see it, but actually probably not.
Oh, silver. That's me.
I think it's this one. This one's also pretty meh. 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 Is this the shit pants streamer? I only shit my pants to win quick play games. I'm not playing quick play right now, so I'm not gonna shit my pants.
True.
Hold on, I'm thinking more. Like, what if you vomit into like an object too? You just have a barrel full of vomit.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you doing? What are you
Okay.
doing with this barrel?
Dump it into your bed.
Like, the question here is like how not to make it just poison, because you're obsessed with just everything it does poison, and that's kind of honestly
In the
annoying.
poison class that has synergies with poison, it has poison
Dude, but
abilities.
Dude, no, you already have so many poison things. Like,
But John, you can flavor it, right?
yeah, exactly.
No, I mean the character, the player can flavor it if they want.
This class has currently zero active one. It has one active way, an aura of poison to deal poison damage.
What?
Okay,
The
then why are you
abilities all
being
deal
like
with
the
poison.
baby?
But they don't actually directly just fucking poison people with a
Okay,
spell.
then there you go. That's one.
Oh, there you
easy
go. Now
skill.
you're allowed to do it. Now, okay. It had so
Yeah,
much
now
poison
you're-
before, but now that I know that I'm wrong.
You were making it sound like, oh, everything must have poison. Oh my god. Like, no. Like, no, it's fine. How many more do you need after this one?
2 more.
Okay, listen. What if those 2 more also deal poison?
Ooh.
Isn't that a good idea? Now we're talking. Does poison stack? I assume yes.
Yep.
Okay.
It's like Slay the Spire poison.
Okay. Yeah. Ster is busy, so I'll answer for him. Who's going to be the players to the first game? Me, Ashley, Moon, Arcadum, and Ster is gonna DM.
Not true.
Wait, you're not gonna DM? Who's gonna do it?
You are.
Okay, let's go.
That's how you play.
I'm
if
ready.
you DM, I'll play.
DM
Okay.
practice. Ready?
Okay.
Go.
All right, so you enter this cave, and your character turns to himself and says, I really love
You
poison.
control
I
my
wish I-"
character.
Well, I'm setting the scene, and then you get to control, like a cutscene. I'm way too advanced for you guys. It's like it's a D&D cutscene.
Good. But you can't control my character in the cutscene. That's why it's D&D.
Can we replace Ashley
Do this?
with someone else? I already don't like DMing.
Sure. Actually, Ashley already offered to not play, which was very wife of her, and I told her
Wait.
that she's very wife and that's not gonna happen. And then she went, aw.
Yeah, he's forcing me against my will. Chained to this game.
Oh, you're like, you become slimy. Dude, you turn into a snail. This is a snail ability.
Why would you ever want to be a snail?
Dude, snail ability. Oh my god. What if you vomit a snail and that snail like becomes a summon kind of thing, and as it walks by, it poisons everything. And then it explodes after a certain number of turns.
What? You love. Okay, I already have very similar to a lot of these suggestions. The alchemist has the ooze jar. A creature dies and you shove its essence into a bottle, and later you throw the jar and it creates an ooze blob that fights for you. And that is basically exactly what many of these suggestions have been.
Added that so that the ooze is a snail in
Um,
the shape of a snail.
if it was a snail that you killed, then it would be an ooze snail.
You can't mold your own ooze. What kind of game is this? Anyways, continuing. Stop derailing.
I
Ster.
know.
Go.
I know. Oh my god, that's gross. You could spider walk across the ceiling while you projectile vomit all the tiles below you.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about that, like, oh god.
Yeah.
I gotta write in a thing for that, because that is gonna happen.
But yeah, like I was saying before, you can flavor stuff however you want. Like, previously in D&D, I was a mash of 3 children that have been fused together, basically like a slime thing. And in the rules, it says that I could throw bombs on people to heal them. that was really stupid and lame. So in the game, I would just pretend like my character was vomiting up like balls of sludge onto my party members, and it would heal them when they hit their wounds.
Nice.
So yeah, you can. It's better when the rules are not so specific. Like everyone knows what poison is.
That's also what I'm saying. This is the poison class. And you want it to have abilities that don't have poison.
Shouldn't all abilities by default just have poison then?
Within the poison class that synergizes with poison.
Yeah.
Because if you do the opposite and you make half the abilities poison, then half the abilities acid, anyone who selects the class is only going to do one or the other. So you're actually making a half-baked class that is only going to get half used by each individual person that plays it.
Uh-huh.
I'm nodding.
Okay, now you're agreeing.
Might as well be two different classes.
Well, because I was under the impression, I already explained myself. You know why I was confused.
Also, I'm fucking brilliant. So if you were like, oh, poison's stupid, why is it always poison? Well, then you take this class, and because you can take two classes, you're like, poison's fucking lame. You come down here, back to the Alchemist lad, you get Alchemist Fire. Anytime you would apply poison or create a poison effect, you instead create Alchemist Fire. So instead of fucking vomiting poison, now you're fucking like vomiting like lava. And you're like, oh, well, now it's not poison anymore, so it's cool now. I'm John.
Dude, you know me so well.
Nice.
John, what's your favorite fantasy race?
Mine's white guy.
Stan, not you.
Oh, okay.
My favorite fantasy race
Yes.
is... I don't have one yet.
Oh,
Oh my god.
that's strike 7.
No, I mean, as in, like, you there's a bunch that I like. I don't have a favorite. How can I have a favorite if I've never played them? I'd have to... I'm not one of those
No, but you
gamers that hate
draw
on a
them.
game.
What's your favorite to draw?
Well, that's a different question. I like necromancers a lot.
Well, here you go.
Edgelord.
You're an edgelord.
Dude, she's talking about... Dude, hot necromancers. Go to my art station right now. You'll see what I'm talking about. Go.
I maybe want one more way to modify vomit.
I'll make it chunkier.
Oh, a solid. From liquid to solid.
Ugh.
Okay. I think
you can
that's
have,
simple.
like-
I could still have one more after that.
Yeah. I still like Ashley's idea of like snaring the tentacles, and maybe not specifically tentacle snare, but CC is cool. In D&D.
One more. Dude?
Can you turn your vomit into a temporary weapon? Or something along those lines. Forming a weapon out of something temporarily for like a couple of turns, and then it's gone.
I think that would be a whole different thing. I have an idea.
Okay. Booker bow, yeah.
What's the phrasing? So that you have like 3 lines of vomit going at the same time. It's not adjacent. I want it to be clear that it's like they're traveling in a line. Parallel.
Parallel?
You can't be parallel
Yeah.
to one thing.
What? No. Perpendicular. That sounds stupid.
It does. Everything sounds stupid.
Adjacent.
Can't you just say side by side? Like, so,
Yeah, I'm gonna say to the left and right of.
yeah, yeah.
He fired his projectile vomit. Yeah, so you can just lay down like basically a 30-foot giant blob of poison, and also hit 3 things.
Your poison cannon.
Yeah,
Blech.
it's like Diablo 3 rune abilities, except you can just have every rune active at the same time.
Nice.
Kind of. Well, like 1 or 2 of them can't work together, but you know what I mean. Juice it up.
No offense, but I hope no one picks the class so I don't have to hear about vomit. I'm picking it.
You're not playing!
Wait, I thought wait, you said... What do you mean?
I said you were DMing. You can't pick a class if you're DMing.
Okay.
Okay, 2 more gross abilities that will make that guy not want to hear about them. Poison skin ability? Okay, we've been on this class for a while, so let's go through them all. Alright? You've got, okay, so when you pick the class, you're immune to poison, but you still gain poison stacks on you, because other abilities allow you to transfer your poison to other people. And then if you pick the class twice at the start of the day, you can ignore 1 disease that you have. And then you get a generic cure disease ability for teammates. That uses a lot of sanity, but at least you have it, because there's really no other way to get it. While you have poison stacks, you may at any point transfer this poison to a target in touch range. Action, roll to hit. So when you projectile vomit, you could walk through all of your vomit, stack up. I think it would be 20 poison stacks on yourself, and then touch an enemy at the end of it, and then add 20 more poison to them. The way poison damage works, to be clear while we're talking about this, that if someone has 20 poison, at the start of their turn, they take 20 damage, and then the poison is reduced by 5. So next turn, they'll take 15.
Okay. I just thought of a cool ability. I'll tell you at the end.
Poison you transfer can critically hit, so you can add your crit multiplier to add more poison. Whenever you gain a madness, also gain a disease. Also, I need to add that stipulation that they can be picked in any order for that ability. Nah, actually, I don't want to do that because they're pretty set up in a powerful order. And getting a disease is important because your first thing that you got from the class can let you hold on to diseases and not gain the benefit of them, and other things call for it. Poison Eater. Wait, hold up. This has no cost. Poison Eater. You may touch an enemy who has poison stacks on them. You may remove any amount of poison they have on them and heal yourself for that amount. Touch an ally and remove the poison stacks on them. Heal for half the amount they removed from an ally. When you slay an enemy within 10 feet who has poison stacks, heal an amount. When you remove poison stacks from an enemy with Poison Eater ability, the enemy is also immediately takes poison damage equal to the poison you remove. I'm gonna put the boop. Spreading Plague. When someone dies with poison, add half the poison to someone else and make poison gas, and you heal 10 if you stand in the gas. Spider Walk lets you climb on walls. I don't want to read it, it's a lot of explanation. Lets you climb on walls. Also, if you start on a ceiling, the third ability down. Shit, this is not formatted right. I think I might have to rephrase this ability or like figure it out, because I remember writing it and being like, that is really over-designed, as Ashley likes to call me.
You are.
You're over designed.
Yeah, she called me over-designed the other day. I was like, the fuck are you talking about? You start your turn on the ceiling, you may immediately let go of the ceiling to fall down to the floor. You do not take any fall damage. You may use your action to make one melee attack on a target you fall or land... on a target as you fall or land. Roll to hit is normal, but if you do hit, it is considered a crit. Okay. That's something. Plague Aura. Any creature that starts its turn within 5 feet of you gains poison. Plus poison, plus poison, plus poison, plus radius, plus radius, plus poison. 5 less of your poison is removed when a target gains healing. Because normally, if you have 50 poison and you're healed for 25, it will remove 25 poison. Otherwise, poison stacks would be obnoxious. As a reaction to being hit by a physical attack, you spray toxic blood on all tiles 5 feet around you. Applies 10 poison to all creatures on these tiles. And then plus poison. Speak with rats. Lets you communicate with rats and command rat swarms. Create web. There's also the Alchemist class too, that this seems to have a lot of synergy with in general, as a way to place webs in the beginning of combat that this would help a lot with. And then Projectile Vomit, which we just did, which is, like I was saying, the only actual direct intentional poison apply.
Okay. I have an ability.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about. This is a serious one, okay? So since you can put poison, like you have the poison tiles now, and there's the other one that you can do something similar to that. What if you have an ability that wherever there's poison, it's like a smell, like a smell ability. Wherever there's poison, the smell is so intense that stuns an enemy. Like it's just the stench of the poison or vomit.
AoE
like,
stuns. No, John. No.
What do you, why not? Dude, this was a good one. I was so proud of myself. But something to do with smell would be nice.
No. I was saying no to the song. I can't think of an effect that would be worth applying due to stench. It would be more complicated than it was worth.
It makes monsters really turned on, so they go and they bang each other instead of fighting you.
Let me go look at some of my old poison abilities from the old ways.
Dude, what if I just type?
Convert all poison tiles within range to fire. That's basically vomit. Create a goo ball. Oh yeah, shit, maybe this could work. You create a blob of goo that can be pushed around into other people.
That's true, and it left like a trail, right?
Yeah.
That was awesome.
But then, isn't this the same as the ooze fire guy?
What?
Isn't it similar to the ooze fire guy? Oh
No.
no, that's only if you combine. Never mind.
As in, your people have to push it and it deals damage when it hits people and it gets pushed into them. The
Okay.
whole object interaction thing is kind of a... That's how the stream started. Was that really it? No. I know there was more than that. Oh, I think they were class specific and not actually spells.
What if an ability where after a certain amount of poison stacks, you can make him hallucinate? It's like, yeah, they start seeing things. Smile.
When you say smile, it's like, is he taking his suggestions serious?
No, I mean, kind of. I mean, I'm not smart enough to actually make it work, but I'm just kind of maybe get an idea from my idea. Is what I...
So you gross them out so much they get a madness.
Yeah.
Enemies get madnesses?
There is a class that gives madnesses.
Or like a poison illusion thing. You know?
And there's
yeah.
there's already a whole class that is completely based around this, so I don't want to double down on it. Is really the main thing. I think this class had some shit. That don't apply anymore.
All I'm getting from today's stream and trying to help you is that I have amazing ideas. It's just that they've been already made. That's it. So I'm technically a genius.
Yeah, I should let you make it.
Yeah.
I'm hesitant to do anything with the poison that is something that adds like debuffs to enemies, even though it thematically makes a lot of sense. Poison is one of the things currently that I think is probably the most overpowered damage dealer. So I don't want it to deal overpowered damage, and also it debuffs enemies. It just does everything at that point.
What about like a harden ability?
Like the Pokemon ability where you harden for 10 turns?
Yeah.
Should we kick him out?
Okay.
We can do that.
We could.
I mean, you can just ask me to leave. You don't have to kick me.
No, we'd rather
It's
kick
more
you.
satisfying to kick you.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Well, Ster just said he doesn't want status effects, so I was like, okay, well, you could have a defense mechanism to her. How does she defend herself right now? What would you use?
Another class. A shield.
Booger shield. Made out of a big booger. Yeah, you try to hit it, your weapon gets stuck in it.
Oh, yeah, what if you fart and there's like a fart cloud around you that like enemies just can't go through?
I mean, you kind of have that in the Plague Aura, that if people come near you, they get poison damage, you can just pretend it's a fart.
Okay.
I don't want to go near that guy, he farted. Dude, that's me and my wife. Jesus Christ, she stinks so bad.
I'm sorry about last night, God.
Every day! I think it's just last night.
Well, I'm particularly
last night?
sorry about last night.
Burn off your own face so that people don't know it's you. Alright. Halt there! Who are you? You may not enter the castle. My face is gone, I'm nobody! Alright, you can come in. Got him.
I mean, the character portrait is already halfway there.
You look sickly, unhealthy, and damaged. Would you like to meet our princess? Her Tinder profile says she loves a man with no face. Bruh.
You like the object moving abilities, so you just want to think more towards that way,
Nah.
like pushing the boogers.
They're also so specific and hard to pull off. In actuality. And there's already... I think there's enough.
Wow. Class that has 2 less skills.
Highest DPS class out there.
We should also let it stun people as it DPSs them.
You know, if only someone earlier on said that it doesn't need to have the exact.
Like, imagine a
Amount of
character that
them.
can one-shot kill you, but also when it hits you with the one-shot, it stuns you briefly.
Dude, I was saying before you don't need as many abilities because she seems really good. I said that before, and you're like, no, she needs more because
Everyone
else does."
needs more. So when people make characters, they're like, oh shit, I can do that with that and the thing, with that. And then they fucking tell me how great I am and how cool it is that I spent time making this for them. And if they don't, I'll be like, hey guys, are you glad that I made all this? I made that for you. Yeah, cool, Billy, right? I made that. And I won't start the session until they say, yes, this is cool.
So uncool. I could have made this.
This is enough, dude.
Okay,
Like,
Ashley, you're out. John, you're in.
Oh, cool. Nice. Hi.
Yeah, can we get some of the, like, the Monka-S great stream thumbs up? That's what I'm looking for from my players.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is enough for now. Even if you, like, started playing, like, soon, you can still come up with more ideas as you play. Based on how the players play.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. I mean, no one's gonna pick this class anyway.
Dude, I am. Smile.
Shore form might. Okay, and if Moon Moon does play, Moon Moon might, because Moon Moon likes being a gross hobo.
Is my mic on? I already picked the class before everyone else. I was here. I helped you make this class.
Wow, great work.
Thanks. Wait, can people pick the same class or does it get locked?
You could, but that'd be really uncool.
You can. I think two people could play the same class and have completely different characters.
Yeah, because you can like do half-half, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's on average 40 skill points worth of abilities in each class. And players are not going to be level 40.
Can you show me the Necromancer?
Nope.
Or equivalent? Wait, what do you mean no? You don't have any?
It's no Necromancer. The closest thing we got, because I was trying to appease my husband Shore for, is this little class down here where you haunt people, which allows you to make them see hallucinations, and then you create summons that are only in their mind that can attack them.
Nice.
I also gave them, after that stream, False Resurrection, where if a haunted enemy sees one of their allies die, you can immediately resurrect a hallucination of their ally's corpse to fight them for one round.
It's awesome.
I think if I added anything else to it, I don't think
It's
so.
so fucking cool.
Any poison damage you deal is instead dealt as psychic damage. I didn't remember that. I think I did that like yesterday. So now it's cool that it's not poison damage again. I like this class because it has less vomit. Ooh. They probably actually shouldn't have that. Because then it would have... It has a lot of implications of targets would have to be haunted to see poison tiles, because then you would have psychic tiles, and it's like, I don't want to fucking deal with it.
Is there a ninja class?
There's Stealth Lad, and there's Dagger Lad. And there's Teleport through Teleport through Blood Lad.
Oh, that sounds cool.
And... Yo mama!
Glad.
Yo mama, lad.
Good job, Ster. Looks great.
I love it. You're a good person.
Thank you.
for
Oh, dude.
this.
Okay, Ashley, you're back in.
So smart.
You're already in.
And you exist for the people.
Honestly, like, this is almost like charity. It's so good.
He's like Nelson Mandela too.
You know, I definitely wouldn't compare myself to these people, but a lot of people have been saying that I'm like the equivalent of Gandhi.
Yeah. Honestly, he could learn a thing or two.
I saw someone in Arcadum's chat, I think it was last night, said, hey Arcadum, how does it feel to be the Tolkien equivalent of D&D? That's the level I need from you guys.
God.
All right, we'll get there.
You could be Rat
Thanks.
Jesus instead of Michael.
I want to be real Jesus.
Yeah, but Rat Jesus is better than real Jesus. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hey Ashley,
What?
what was your secondary class gonna be? Do you have any idea?
What's my first class?
Your first class is Divination Weirdo, who has object touching. Who also I was asking you earlier, but you were muted, what other additional level ups to object
I was
touching would even make
listening.
sense, because that's on you. Like, what more would you want?
Oh, that's when I was doing that secret thing.
Are you not doing that anymore?
I don't know my party composition.
Okay, never mind.
I was listening and I know.
I'm leaning towards it. I could also be a healer. I don't know if those are mutually exclusive. You made it sound like they weren't before.
A lot of classes have healing.
Okay.
I also gave one of the signature ultimate abilities for intelligence class has a really good heal, so like any intelligence class can have a good heal that is based on adrenaline. Ster, you're like the Pillsbury Doughboy of making RPGs. Thank you.
Damn.
See, I think a lot of people's brains are going to, oh, he's a doughy boy and he's like fat. No, Pillsbury Doughboy is well renowned for making cookies and baked goods. I'm happy to be on his level of creation. He's very well respected. He's appeared in movies. It's a big step.
Yeah. Okay, do you want to ask me now what I want to pick?
Yeah, John, what do you want to pick?
Okay. I want... Okay, this is very original. I want to draw illusions through punching. Who do I pick? Like, I punch things in the air, and it kind of like I'll punch a head, and then an arm, and then like it creates a picture, and then it becomes either an illusion or a real thing. Either way is fine.
I'm cringing. I'm cringing. I don't get what you punch an arm in the air and then an arm is in the air.
I got like this image of, you know, in VR when you play like Gravity Sketch. Like him just drawing in VR.
Okay, no, okay. Let's speak for real.
Interpretive pugilism. That's what it is.
Okay,
I
like
punch you, but it
Fireball.
channels the power of arm. But not my arm, someone else's arm.
Honestly, what you suggested to me before, the poison with the fire boy combination, sounded really fucking cool. But probably everyone is gonna do that.
After all this, you want to be the poison guy.
Yeah, after all the poison talk about how everything's poison, no, I want to be the poison guy.
I'm attached.
I want to vomit
I'm
the poison.
Yes, and then make it fire.
He's
Like, that's
got
super cool.
He's got the ooze jar. He's got the extra arm. He can grow 4 arms.
Dude, that's fucking
He's
cool.
got the familiar that can be the homunculus that goes inside of your body. So you get the flesh blob.
The fuck?
If not the poison, then zoom out. Like I would mix the fire boy with something else, for sure. What does the top right do? The general looking guy on the right side.
He's
on the
healing, mostly healing and light.
So like could I heal with fire type stuff? Is that a possible combo?
Nope.
Because I don't know why okay, fuck. No synergy. What about the other general under the general guy?
That's a transmutation.
Oh, that sounds super fucking cool. Those
Yeah.
two. Wait, what's wrong?
No, I was just because I wrote like a really generic you can transmute things rule that has like no rules. And if someone
Even
picks it, I'm
better.
curious how it would work out. Because I want it to represent fully what transmutation can actually do.
Ster, I am
Without-
the perfect candidate for that character because I
Can ask stupid questions for as long as possible and see what results you get.
no, I mean that's part of it, but like you won't you won't know what to expect from me, so that's perfect. So those two, Fireboy and Full Metal Alchemist Boy, which is a transmutation.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind for when you're definitely playing.
Okay, thanks.
Imagine John would get bored so fast.
What I wouldn't excuse me?
Excuse?
I'm excited. Are you serious?
I don't know, those games are very long.
And
And you're not always the center of attention in them.
yeah, and my whole life I've been a side character. I'm fine.
Oh, okay.
It's true. What is your policy for players that forget their class and abilities every week? The skill cap to D&D is remembering. So they're bad players. That's it.
I would never forget. Plus, how can you forget when you have the abilities in front of you? Hello? I never got that.
Well, everyone forgets in the middle of battle when they have the thing that could solve all the problems and then they don't use it.
Just read.
Yeah, but now are you just going to read every ability every turn? Or are you going to do
No.
the thing that no one has figured out yet, is that you're allowed to figure out what your turn is before your turn comes up?
That's what I was gonna suggest.
That's if you have that skill, you're already ahead of so many people.
But how else are you, dude? I'm confused. Why don't people do that?
I don't know, John.
I thought that's what everyone was doing.
No, that's
Did people know?
you're the 10% if you do that.
No, there's no way that people don't think like you can already see what's coming. So why are you not already thinking what you're gonna do next?
I think
and do
some
it?
people try and think of what other people on their team can do and forget that they have a turn that's coming up, and also they don't know the abilities of the teammates that they're backseating.
Oh,
so
so
they
they
just-
just play the other players. And
Yeah, so
themselves.
they just make up random things that might be able to possibly happen, and they'll theorize which gods their teammates can pray to or random actions that can be taken. And then it'll come
Okay.
to their turn, and then they'll go,
So you see,
huh, well, what do I do?
that wouldn't work for me because that's already too much information. I can only focus on what I'm gonna do next. So everyone else can do their own thing. I don't care.
Shut up! I think I should probably go and eat dinner and stuff, because it's getting late, and I really don't know what else to do right now.
I think you're done. Yeah.
Hold on, let me go back in time and reread what we started with, the pushing, and see if it still makes sense to me.
What's for dinner?
Still makes sense. What's for dinner? Ass.
Yeah.
It's always ass, Ashley.
Not again.
Honey, it's 4 a.m. Time to eat ass.
I don't know. Do you want to walk somewhere?
Oh, walking.
Maybe. I don't care. I like
do that.
walking with the Steve.
Get the corona.
Not from walking.
Oh, wizard. Dude, I've played in how many games now? With how many different people? And I have to say, of all of those people, it might only be Sean that is aware of what he's going to do on his turn. The majority of the time.
You have to be exaggerating. There's no
I'm
way.
not. But Braxtor has kind of just been like a general, I walk up and hit, or if someone is down, I heal them. His turns are pretty easy, but most characters' turns are easy. That doesn't really stop them from taking a while. So why is it 7? Well, he's played long enough to know that, like, you really don't have a lot of options in 5th edition. And what it really comes down to, particularly in Arcadum games, the way they're set up against bosses and such. We talked about this before. The average player does not think that combat can be won by attacking the enemy. And they try and figure out alternative methods to winning. So they'll spend their turn doing martial checks. They'll spend their turn theorizing ways to not actually do the combat, but to come up with clever ways to end the combat early.
Okay, see, if I played, I would just copy you, because that's literally what you do when you play. You just, one of the first things you ever do in combat is just hit the guy. That's it.
Yeah.
I attack him with this, and that's your turn.
You just hit the guy.
Yeah. Very simple.
Like when Baru just sat around against the parable. Sometimes you get in that mode where you play around and you go, oh shit, there's not much my character can do in this fight. And then every time consecutively that your turn comes up, you rethink, wait, is there anything I can do? There has to be something I can do. And then you think about it again.
Hey, he summoned a dick golem. That was pretty good.
He did summon a dick golem.
It was one of my favorite moments in the whole campaign.
Yeah. If you see a translator, just stab him. It's that easy.
Remember, halfway through you need haste. It is pretty hard to play an illusionist. I think you have to pay super attention to everything to even know what would be relevant to make illusion magic most of the time. A lot of the time, I haven't really gone through the illusion magics in 5th edition, but they're not that good from what I've seen.
Said he was thinking of changing types of wizards.
He's changing types of wizards because only Divination Wizard is good. That you don't need to change what spells you have. He'll be a better illusion wizard if he switches to Divination.
True.
As Baru, the only illusion I remember Baru ever casting was jokes during RP sessions to make fun of Huckleberry or Scrumpo, and to activate traps. Hold on, I'm curious. Well, let's hop into the spell list.
You gonna dig up his character sheet?
No, I'm going into what illusion spells you even have access to in 5th edition and what they do, to see what would be useful, because I'm not sure that anything is. Phantasmal Killer's illusion? Well, fuck, dude.
Does he know that illusions can be effective in combat?
I don't know what he knows.
Because yeah, that's right. He never really tried.
I think we've only very recently got out of we leveled twice in one session, so we were basically on 3rd level spells until very recently. So major image is the one go-to. Create an image of an object, a creature, or some visible phenomenon that is no larger. Requires concentration. See, that's where you're fucked, and you want to play an illusionist in D&D, and then you realize that haste is a concentration spell, and if you're not using haste, you're being a failure. So if you want to be an illusionist, you need to intentionally not take haste and swear an oath to yourself that you'll never use it, despite how much better it is.
Yeah, that's.
And he's fallen into the trap of like he actually every once in a while asks me like to double check and like make sure his decisions are okay. Like before last night's session, he's like, "Hey, I took these spells. Are they good?" You know, because he like doesn't want to make a mechanical mistake and take powerful things. But if you're playing illusionist and you're playing illusion right, you have to already accept the fact that you made suboptimal choices by not using haste. Unless your major image has to be so effective to overcome giving your highest damage dealers additional actions, and that's just super rare. And a lot of times illusion magic really only becomes relevant when it can start dealing damage, which is really late. I think it might be 6th level spells, but I'm not sure exactly what it is in 5th edition. Min-maxing D&D is the worst way to play, IMO. I agree. Could your party have another source of haste? We could use scrolls, but then Bakar would be the one having to do it, and he usually has Bless up, and Bless is also one of those abilities that you kind of just always want up. You really just kind of need to take the L, as they say, and not haste, and just be like, I'm going to figure out a way to do something else. Anyway, I wasn't finished on reading this. 20-foot cube. Oh, makes you use your action to move the illusion. That kind of sucks. I'm thinking of like how you could use major image in the fights that we've had that would have actually been helpful, you know? Because we fought the giant shark parable, which odds are, if you're using major image, it's a taunt to convince the shark to attack something else. Might be the best use you get out of it. And then it will.
Like the shark was like really immune to something. Can't remember. Some sort of roll.
It just had high saves. So it would fall for the illusion once and then save against it and realize it was an illusion. Because the benefit of illusions is they have to interact with it before they can make the save to see if it was real.
Yeah.
So you would have to be clued into the fact that like this shark fears exactly this happening, and that the shark actually did have a taunt mechanic with sound damage. So maybe how loud can you make sounds with this? Blah, blah, blah. A sound loud enough to deal thunder damage or deafen a creature. That's what you do. He could have taunted the shark to something that didn't exist.
Oh.
And that would be better than haste for sure. Because then nobody on the team would be getting hit. Also the way that does it say can't? Oh, fuck, you can't. God damn, it's See, but what sucks about that is it doesn't tell you how loud the sound can be. Okay, so it can't be loud enough to deafen something, but it can be really loud. How loud? Like what? Never mind. Then that comes up to DM discretion if it would be loud enough to distract it, I guess. And you'd have to pray, and I think Arcadum is a DM that allows players to get away with their class identity quite a bit. Because he understands how this shit works, and if you roleplay into a class, you can get it to work.
Yeah,
I think he still could have gotten it to work once or twice. How effective it is, I don't know. I'd have to weigh that against what he actually spent his turns doing, because I don't remember. I know he dealt 11 damage with a fireball, or like 12 damage.
Didn't he pray a lot to Raquel or something? It
That
didn't
was
work.
Scrumpo.
I thought he did too.
I don't remember what he did for his like first 3 turns.
Yeah, I think he did too. He like followed up.
He talked a lot about shooting a fireball in its mouth, but never actually did, and he just stood in the corner. I'm not sure what he did. Oh, he magic missiled to prevent Huckleberry from being asleep. That's fine.
Pretty good.
Like, that whole fight in general, I really don't think it was just one of those fights where the majority of actions didn't matter. And that most characters didn't have something they could do.
Well, they spent most of the time like getting you and Huckleberry back up and then fighting Shape, I think.
Towards the second half. The first half he was all in his own corner. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what the actions were. But I don't want to make it sound like I'm criticizing what he did, because he really didn't have many options. I was just trying to think if there's something Major Image could have done, and there's a chance. There's a gamble.
Monday morning quarterbacking.
Who was it that tried to blind the plague host that we fought? I think that was actually Scrumpo.
Plague host.
The mouth monster boss that we fought prior to the shark. Anyway, because you could Major Image to actually do that, even though it was immune to blind. To just cover its head with an illusion. Though it might have still like had some sensory stuff. I don't know. That was like a really big leap to even try and the yawning plague. Yeah, a big leap to try and blind the thing that lives in darkness.
Put an imaginary potato sack on its head, like in Skyrim.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you want Major Illusion or Major Image to be really effective, you need to know exactly what the enemy doesn't like, is immune to, is not immune to. Because, like, if by some chance we discovered that it, like, a really bright light would totally fuck it over. I don't know. It's just
Possible.
super hit or miss. Anywho, I was wondering what the higher level ones were. I don't understand why some of these are as high level as they are. Like hallucinatory terrain. Who the fuck takes this? What do you do? It's like, it's so fucking pointless.
To make like a pretend Zen garden so you chill out.
Yeah, when you're too stressed mid combat.
Wait, what? Why is creation illusion magic? I'd assume conjuration, but whatever. Yeah, honestly, I just think 5th edition illusions are bad.
Sad.
I think back in the day, originally Aaron was going to be an illusionist, and I read through them, and I was like, there's no way to make this work. And I ditched the idea.
And instead you cast Moonbeam or whatever 10,000 times.
Nah, I summoned squids, and I was a what do you call it? Is it Moon Druid that transforms often? The only reason I had Moonbeam because it's concentration, you can control it even if you turn into an animal. Yeah, hold up. This stream totally derailed, but whatever. I'm pretty much done, and once I run out of things to talk about, I'm out.
I'm sorry.
No, not you. I mean, I'm just done working on it.
Wait,
What?
draw.
No,
Come on.
I'm hungry.
Wait, yeah, I was gonna say, aren't you guys gonna eat?
Are we walking somewhere?
Oh, dude,
Go
yeah,
walk.
Illusion Wizard is fucking garbage. Starting at 6th level, when you cast an illusion spell that has a duration of 1 minute or longer, you can use your action to change the nature of that illusion. Okay, so let's go back to a major image. You can use your action to change the nature of the illusion, is written into the ability.
Okay.
Why the fuck do you need to be an illusion wizard? And then, 10th level, create an illusionary duplicate of yourself as an instant, almost instinctual reaction to danger. When a creature makes an attack roll against you, once per short rest, an attack will miss you. Very bad. That's That's really bad. It's like Uncanny Dodge does that, but better. 14th level. When you cast illusion spell of 1st level or higher, you can choose one inanimate magical blah 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 blah.
Maybe the illusion is that the illusionist is a good it's a good class. That's the real illusion.
And there's no illusion, it's not good, and it's obviously not good. 14th is
Moon loves it.
Hey, let me hit you. Who here likes when I rant about how much better Pathfinder is?
Pathfinder pay shit art rates. I don't like them.
You can't say that.
In the video game. Is that better?
Oh, hey, Cole.
Give wizard spell list. What is the name of the spell? Shadow something? Shadow.
How you doing, man? How's life?
Shadow enchantment is one of them. And shadow conjuration. These are the fucking... Okay, this is a 4th level spell. So the equivalent of 4th level spell in 5e is all they get for illusion is Phantasmal Killer, which is like just that's not why you picked an illusionist. Hallucinatory terrain, which is never select this. I don't understand why you would like. I don't get it. Greater invisibility, which is okay but isn't haste. So another problem there. So still at this point, all you have to go on is major image. Shadow Conjuration and Shadow Enchantment let you copy any spell from the entire Sorcerer and Wizard spell list and create a semi-real version of them that deals 20% of the damage they would normally deal. So you can Shadow Conjuration or Shadow Enchantment fireballs and cast Fireball. And naturally, like, well, it only does a little bit of damage. But you can Shadow Conjuration debuff effects, walls, anything that is a non-damaging spell, and create a version of it. So basically, you have one spell on your spell list that lets you, and Pathfinder spell list is fucking huge, that lets you cast anything. It's pretty good.
Man.
Which system are you using for your game?
I'm making it.
Oh shit! Oh,
That's what we've been doing, John.
okay. I thought you okay.
What did you think we're doing?
I thought you were like using the basis of one of the systems and just like
Oh,
changing
and
it
it's if
in parts that you like.
it's if recognized as a shadow enchantment, it deals less damage. So if you, I think if you make the saving throw, then it deals normal damage. And then major image in, I forget when it actually happens and how it works, but major image in Pathfinder lets you deal damage with your illusions if people disbelieve them as well. I remember specifically back in the day when Moon was playing Illusion Wizard, and he collapsed an entire mine on top of people that didn't actually collapse. He like fucking killed a guy with his brain. Just cool shit that like it's really disappointing how 5th handles it.
I remember.
Nice. So what's the next thing that you're gonna work on?
A sandwich probably.
So tomorrow's stream, Ster. What's gonna be your tomorrow stream about?
I stream every day. That's
Yeah.
a fact. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I'm nodding.
I don't know,
You
bro.
know, August is almost done.
Yeah. It's really not on me like I guess we have another week of August. It's not on me. I gotta wait to see if Moon can play. I'm gonna hold out probably if I haven't heard back from the second week of August or second week of September, then I'm gonna pick new people. And try and get the ball rolling to start at like the very tail end of September. Really push it to
Wait,
the
you know
last
where to
moment.
find me.
I do.
Oh, one last proposition. What if you make my character, you give me 2 sessions, and if you don't like the way I play by 2 sessions, my character has like a bomb inside of him that it just explodes and dies, so I don't play anymore. How about that?
No.
We'll make him like an android, you know, like in
Oh,
DBZ.
okay. There's androids in my world now. And this small little peasant village that no one really goes to. One of the people in the village has a bomb in his stomach.
Or like a disease that I'll die in like 2 sessions if something doesn't happen. There you go. And I'll just die.
Yeah, you don't even know about kissable lips. You don't know anything.
Dude, were you born and you're like, I know everything about D&D?
Yeah.
Or no, you didn't. Don't lie to
Yeah?
me.
What do you mean?
You don't. You had to learn.
Let's go to the best ability. John, think to yourself you're a max level wizard.
Okay.
What do you want to cast? This is your final test. If you get this right,
What the fuck? I'm not gonna get it. Okay, I'll give it a shot. I want to cast. Wait, am I supposed to look at a list of
No.
possibilities or I make up? Okay,
No.
I'll make something up. Okay. I fucking want to TPK by bringing a meteor from space, and I wanna fucking blast the enemy with it, but we all die.
all right. Meteor
It's-
Swarm is a very powerful and spectacular spell. It's similar to Fireball in many aspects. Blah 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 blah. I actually don't know how this ability works. I've never seen it because who the fuck gets to max level?
Oh, see, I passed. Pog,
No, you didn't.
chat.
You didn't pass. There's
Yes,
only
I
one
did.
answer,
Yes,
and
I
chat
did.
knows what it is.
Fix both.
Once a sphere reaches its destination, explodes in a 40-foot radius, dealing 66 points of fire damage.
Okay, like I would fix my boat after that. Because why would I fix the boat then crash it? Then I have to fix it again.
Sure.
That's my counter. So
John, you so don't get it.
I don't. It's completely.
You can stop time. You can make the world move because a tsunami's so big that the whole world shifts. You can summon
Okay.
meteors,
Hold on.
or chat
I like
already
that one.
knows.
Okay.
There it is. There's the good spell, Salvage. A saving throw, Fortitude negates. An invisible force repairs a raft in 1 minute. Oh!
Am I missing a joke here?
No, that's the spell.
It's a bad spell, John.
Why is it on a max Wait, what? Why is that something you can only do, like... I'm so confused. Okay, what if I shift the Earth? I shift the Earth's rotation through the magnetic poles and like shake the enemies off Earth.
What if I like drain all the oceans on the planet so I don't need a fucking boat anymore?
You could probably
Yeah.
do that. Hold on, let's read World Wave. World Wave is weird. You cause any sort of natural terrain, including water, forest, blah, 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 to surge beneath your feet and safely propel you with devastating force over great distances. This wave of terrain undulates as it passes over the world, harmlessly lifting and stretching objects, creatures, and phenomena with a connection to nature, but tearing through and damaging anything else it encounters. Plus like 10 other paragraphs.
Okay, but can you explain why is the right answer fix both?
Because by the time that you're a max level wizard and you can cast wish and you can do anything or you can freeze time, you have to be woke enough to realize that it isn't worth it and all you want to do is fix your fucking raft.
But what if you're not in the ocean? What then? Still fix a raft just because it's fun?
But you have to be careful because your raft fixing can be dispelled.
Okay, I'll be careful then. I'll watch out for that.
Okay. Also, your raft can resist the spell. That's my favorite part. Canoe, I repair you. No, not today.
It's a life of its own. You know, independent raft. So your last ability is wish, and you can wish for anything you want.
Kinda.
Well, I wish to be in this game.
Wish failed.
Can you roll for this, please?
I know there's like another similar dumb one. 'Cause I went through after I established the fixed boat meme many years ago. Everyone laugh at my joke. I added a character to my campaign that I made like a full level wizard, but made sure to give him at every level the worst possible spell choice. So he had fixed boat and he had all the spells that basically did nothing. But he had a full spell list of like what a wizard would normally be able to cast, and it was still just absolutely useless. So I don't think I don't think the party ever met him, but I was hoping one day they would meet. You know, I'm the most powerful wizard in the world. I know up to 9th level spells. I will aid you on your quest. Does anyone have a boat? Oh, because, yeah, Pathfinder has the stupid fucking useless spells, too, where, like, you remove your skin.
Oh, I love that one.
Oh, nice.
Why do you remove your skin? I don't know! I don't need a reason!
Dude, have you never been so hot that you just wished you could remove your skin?
Yes.
Yeah. So there.
I think it's like if you're in prison and you need to like get a message to the outside world, then you can rip your skin off and have it like slide through a grate and go like get your party or something. Like that's the only
Your skin walks? How
Yeah,
does it get to your
it like scrunches around on the ground, and I think it like can communicate too.
It talks? Cool.
Skin
I like
set.
that ability.
Oh, he also had shit like call construct, but he didn't have a construct. Yeah, he totally had this. Fucking idiot.
Could you use your skin as a blanket then? That's really cool.
There's,
And your naked muscles? That would hurt so bad.
there's another one where you take your head off.
Yeah.
There's also no point.
Your hat off?
Your head.
Oh, your head. Okay. That sounds cool though. I could see that
Fake
being
your own death.
used.
Decollate.
Decolon. Capital decolon.
One willing humanoid. So if you're like, oh, dude, you can remove any targets. One willing person. The target's head becomes detachable so long as she removes it willingly. While the target's head is detached, you gain damage reduction and immunity to decapitation. Wow. That's okay. This is also, depending on your class, for wizards, this is a 5th level spell. So keep in mind when you're gaining access to
They
this.
can only cut your head off, and that's their only one attack that they have.
The target can't see through its eyes or hear through its head. The target's body knows the direction to the head. And yeah, so
That would be really fun if you could do it to enemies, right?
it would be useful.
Torture.
You'd be able to do something.
Yeah.
Destroying the head while the spell is in effect kills the target of the spell. Yeah, no shit. No shit. If the spell's duration expires normally without the head being reattached, the target dies.
I want to do that to my enemy. Like, interrogate the prisoner by taking his head off and putting it, like, in my bathroom.
Nice.
Okay, let's go to the other one.
Oh my god.
Skin
gonna go.
send.
Thanks for
Bye.
having me.
All right,
Have a good-
bye.
Good evening.
Okay,
Give me
bye.
a good night kiss.
Mwah. Bye.
Mwah.
You cause your skin to peel off your body and animate as a magical creature you control. You may project your consciousness to your animated skin or return it to your actual body as a standard action.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The escape prison method that no one would suspect that you have.
That sounds cool. When your skin leaves your body's hit points drop to 0. Your body cannot heal.
I mean, you're not battling in prison. Then again, you can just like talk to rats or something and send a rat, and it's like way lower level than that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, this one's 2nd level, but it's still
Oh.
like why would you use this? I'm pretty sure it's 2nd level. You can get the one that turns your body into water. So you can
Second
just
level?
yeah.
What? Gas form was like super high level.
I don't think so. I think that's what it is. Gas form, something like that.
That actually was useful. So we didn't have a rogue. Door the way you become gas.
Gaseous form. 3rd level. Okay, so it's 1 level higher. And you gain damage resistance to magic and become immune to poison and sneak attacks and critical hits. And you don't have to worry about your body. Anyway, I'm gonna go to. It was fun today. We got a bit done. I don't know, probably a lot less than I would have hoped, but I'm hungry and like, who needs to get more done when you don't have players anyway?
Sad.
Is there a way to make it target someone other than you? Actually, I didn't read skin send targeting.
I don't think so.
You could use it on your Eidolon summon if you're a summoner because it's a personal only. And you, as summoners, you can cast personal spells on your summons.
Wow.
So yeah, at best, you could remove the skin if your summon has it. But technically, if your Eidolon dropped to 0 hit points, it would be dispelled. So it would end. if you want to get technical. Anywho, I'll catch you later, boys, lads, sports.